Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase decades, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent, from Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Build this brain, yeah. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, 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 say our name. Don't need your respect, never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you, surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Hey, pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time. Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell
stranded on the tarmac, fresh out. Now y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa, whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues, bang just like no.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of. Should be here 'cause my you cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spat with disgusting is whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grow.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business back and just lay on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye little birds.
We forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds. They took the bloom. We lit the flame. They don't, but we don't know the sky. We realize strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. We the stars are now, the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain, our roots are trees. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black American. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
You said that runs and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Say you not us, but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? That's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This fits you there, you used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black and gold, stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes every truth. Changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetic, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are, waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi?
Yeah, look out, time flies. All the colonizers in the skies. Hey, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, study results. Hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on. Can't try it on, built here, stayed in fought, that's the difference, that's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made, no edit, no care.
erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. Not important, they don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel, relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
Live resistance. That's down generation to generation.
And so I DNA epigenetics.
Almost nothing in America
understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and more using the second tab. Thanks today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Thank y'all for tuning into this Impromptu Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, in conjunction with the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman, and we're joined by host, Lady Shay, and Corey of Shabaka's Black Experience at Hand. So, which this is technically our West Coast correspondent. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. And on this Impromptu Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is we got an update on the Keefe D Tupac murder trial in Las Vegas, where Shabaka's at. Then we got the Boycott keep shutting down Democratic podcasts, or the Blackout rather. Keep shutting down Democratic podcast. The latest victim is that Grits and Eggs podcaster that was been talking greasy. What is that fool's name? Deontay Kyle Yeah, his podcast got shut down. Then we got Tasha K, another tetherer who's been talking greasy about FBA. She lost about 30,000 subscribers in one day for comparing FBA to the KKK. Then, so the boycott or the blackout rather grows. Asian American business struggle with what continues, while FBA businesses grow. The blackout is in full effect. Then we got the nerd rank instead of the third rate. It's the nerd rank. Author Gil Durán on big tech fascism. Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance in the war on democracy. AI superintelligence is not a tool. It's an adversary threatening humanity. ControlAI's Connor Leahy, Love Machines, James Muldoon on how AI is changing relationships in the global workers fueling AI. His worst nightmare, but Democrats turn their back on El Sadad in Michigan. Trump's authoritarian takeover of the media, ABC suing FCC, and the Meta trial. Jessica González speaks on that. Then we got profoundly corrupt. Trump sues for selling early access to his Truth Social posts for $100,000 a month. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancers based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for self-defense. They started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for, count them, Black family, 12 seasons now. Shabaka Experience Enhancers, Black Experience from the beginning of time until 10 years ago. It's also part of the Front Line campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast. Family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Hit that bell so you'll be notified every time we go live. And please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Front Line Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Front Line Black News. Front Line Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. Then we got my personal page, Just Parish, aka Chain Crewman. That's where we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora. The local community events, Black events for both Denver and Aurora. And the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been consistently doing for the past 10 years. Name another politician or would-be politician that's been consistently feeding the people for over a decade. I'll wait. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel 5991. Make sure y'all sub to her backup channel so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. Check and see how many subscribers you have when you get a chance, Lady Che, on that backup channel. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. She should be dropping one this weekend. She's been really sick, so she ain't been able to do it. Hopefully she gets better so she can do another RBA. In the meantime, make sure you check out our previous episodes of the RBA. The link is in the description. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. I think you're at 50 subscribers now, Shabaka. So you have to check and see what requirements YouTube has for you to start going live. But the minimum requirement is that you have to have 50 subscribers. So they're probably gonna make you do like short videos or something to build your watch and viewership up. And you have to wait like 24 hours before they let you go live once you meet all the criteria.
Okay.
So make sure y'all sub to Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. The link is in the description. Then we got our cousin or Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to Cuz channel. Let's Crack the TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Kookeezy out the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. Out that Bell side, out that Montbello. He used to do the intro track for the Front Line Blacc News, and now he's doing the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all check out our brother Kookizi 5100 on YouTube. Then we got our brother from another mother, Breeze Omega. Our brother from Hempstead, Long Island, who's now in Leesburg, Virginia. Make sure y'all sub to Breeze Omega. Should be dropping a live later. Make sure y'all check him out. Breeze Omega on YouTube. The link to his channel's in the description. Then we got our other brother, Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, who's studying to become the next Johnny Cochran. So salute to our brother, Church of Black Power. Best of luck with that. I said the same thing when I was in school. Then we got Torian Rain Reloaded, our brother out the DMV, who's been around for a decade plus and actually put Lisa Cabrera on. So salute to our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. And he came up with several series, such as the We Fought Back series. He does the weekly recaps and the Sound Off Saturdays. So make sure y'all check out our brother Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. Then we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network, who will be going live later. Afro Elite, who was going in on Byron Donalds. We covered that on Front Line Blacc News. And he's been going in on these tethers. So salute to our brother Afro Elite. And we got our other brother, Sincere Love to God, and his co-host, Nice to Grow. Make sure y'all check them out. We got our brother Jay Dizzle out the Seatown, Seattle. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel too, Liberated Minded Media. We got our sister Lisa Cabrera, the New Jersey. Our other sister, Vicky Dillard, out of Colorado. And our other sister, ZZ Rance, who I believe she's in Illinois with Afro Elite. And a slew of other content creators. Make sure y'all sub up to them as well. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is like a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. Oh yeah, shout out to Phil Scott as well. Sister Demetria K, Beat Zilla, our brother out of Portland. And yeah, I'll be naming people all morning, but yeah, y'all know who they are. Exactly Fresh, the New Black Media, our brother Water God. Shout out to the Water Gang. And the link to our brother Black Truth United's YouTube channel is in the description. The link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to the FBA threat database is in the description. And the link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And I'm in the Rolodex for my political work. Make sure y'all check that out. And then we got the Freedmen Reparations Party merch that Church put together. Make sure y'all check that out. And get y'all Reparations Freedom Party merch. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. Long overdue. Make sure y'all sign that change.org petition if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got Michael's petition, our Asian allies petition for Councilwoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia to introduce a fully funded anti-Black hate crimes act now. Make sure y'all sign that change.org petition or move on petition. The link is in the description. Then we got our sister Brooks call to action. There's a big parade coming up in New York, and FBA got to come out and show up and show out. And my sister Brooke is working on that, working on an FBA float for that parade. So make sure y'all check out her call to action. She also has a line of beauty care and hair care products, even melanin. Make sure y'all check that out. And she has our backup channel, Brooks. The links is in the description. Then we got the Reparations for Descendants of American Slaves Act, the change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. The link's in the description. Then we got our sister, Lady Chade's GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to Lady Chade's GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got standing with Joshua Fox, our brother who was assaulted by that white supremacist Chuck the Builder in front of the courthouse. And these Nabiscos had the audacity to release this fool last week. He got stipulations, but he's still trying to get a kill. So support our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe. The link is in the description. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing a damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that petition that Dr. Randy Short has put together. The link is in the description. And as you can tell from the background, I am a candidate on the ballot currently on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for Colorado State House of Representatives. for House District 8, a historically Black district up until recently. And the link to the website that Lady Che has put together is in the description. Make sure y'all check that out. It's very detailed, has a lot of Black first and FBA first policy. So make sure y'all check that out. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you, a Black person, don't understand racism, white supremacy, if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, the only racism that exists, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee, comply, and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which again is the only racism that exists on this planet in this time and in this era, in this realm. Is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior, scholar, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago in my state of Colorado. And she would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, Tariq Nasheed, who paid for her funeral, along with several others. And he has a section for her at the Hidden History Museum as well. I always forget to mention that, but yes, she has a section at the Hidden History Museum. So make sure y'all check that out next time y'all are in LA. This is the Hidden History Museum. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, you're back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. All right, Shabaka. So we're gonna start off with the Keefe D trial. So what was on? Did you see it on the TV yesterday? Or?
No, I didn't. But I do know, man, is that it's getting more and more intense. I know that.
I'm charging. Almost dead.
Let's see what my cards. They're all used. Yeah, charge. You charge it.
Yeah, it's fully charged. Okay, so law and crime has been covering the trial extensively. So I have some clips, or at least 8 clips lined up for that. So we already covered this clown yesterday. To the video. Okay. So there was a murder confession revealed in court yesterday in day 4 of the Keefe D trial. So this Nabisco, whose name is Jesse, is going to give us an update on that.
All right. Yeah, and it's already 93 degrees out here.
He said we did the other.
Oh, wow.
He said we did the
other.
For years, Dwayne Keefe D dated. In 2008, according to a former LAPD detective, he admitted his role, not to police investigating Tupac's death, but to a task force that was looking into the murder of
shot Mr. Smith into
Mr. Knight's car.
Also going to sit down with someone who knew Tupac Shakur personally, Jamila Barnes, Tupac's cousin. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
Yeah.
I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, so we're back with more from Las Vegas, Nevada. This is where the Tupac Shakur murder trial is now in its 4th day, and we have even more key testimony to break down. And this is coming really at the end of the 3rd day. We really don't want you to miss it. So the prosecution put 2 witnesses on the stand who may have completely the whole trajectory of this entire case. One of them, a former LAPD detective, testified that Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the defendant, actually admitted to his role in Tupac's murder. And remember, prosecutors say he didn't actually pull the trigger, but that he orchestrated this drive-by shooting back in 1996. Now, here's the to the police investigating Tupac's death. This allegedly came during a with the feds who were killing of a rapper. Tupac's friend is B.I.G. And the man who heard it, a former LAPD detective named Darren Dupree. Now, before we get to that, okay, we also heard a former FBI agent who sat down with Davis back in 1998. And, to sell a memoir, to sell a book, attention, things like that. Now, before we jump into this, I got to let you know, this is a very big case that we're following here on Sidebar. Like we cover a lot of big cases. We're kind of limited in everything we can show you, every piece of footage, every document. So if you haven't heard yet, you can look at everything, the totality of the case, on the case files section of the Law and Crime Plus app, okay? So we are opening up the evidence vault so you can inspect the raw body cam footage, the 911 calls, the crime scene photos, the full trial tapes firsthand. Plus, you get ad-free of all your crime TV show. So you can see the full picture for an entire free. Head on over to Long Crime Plus companies. Davis ended up getting indicted on these drug charges, allegedly trafficking 2 kilograms of cocaine. Davis was facing some, apparently sat down for what's called a proffer interview. It's essentially a meeting between a suspect, potentially a defendant, and law enforcement. And this is a meeting where someone
and greet our guests. We got Fresh always in the building. Fresh. Salute Fresh. We got FBA Queen tapping in.
Salute FBA Queen.
And somebody else is speaking and not speaking.
Would offer information.
Okay, off of
seemingly in exchange for
YouTube.
Leniency. Possibly avoiding prosecution altogether. The statements really wouldn't be used against them, at least in that prosecution. And during that conversation, Lee reported, in fact, he seemingly pointed the finger at someone else. And we've talked a bit about this in other sidebar updates. According to this witness, he suggested that corrupt Compton police officers working for Suge Knight might have been responsible. Remember, Suge Knight has long been accused of being an affiliate or a member of the Mob Piru Bloods, this what appears to be rival gang or was a rival gang to Davis's Southside Crips. So when Davis seemingly, the argument would be, accusing his own enemies. But there is something that you need to understand about the timing here. So by this point, 1998, rumors had already been swirling about who could have been involved in Tupac's killing. This was going on for years. And people were talking about the Southside Compton Crips being involved. And that's what makes Davis's denial so interesting, okay? But before getting to that denial, Lee testified about what Davis allegedly told him regarding death row records and drug trafficking.
the gang activity and things of that nature. And he mentioned there was an individual by the name Harrio, the Death Row Records. Also, what's his name? I believe Patrick Johnson provided approximately $80,000. And actually told Davis to give $80,000 that money that Davis owed to Johnson from previous game transaction records.
And he also explains Marion Suge Knight's role and his connection to the Blood gang members.
Yes, he did. He said that Marion Knight had in control of the North Compton drug trade, and that he was associated with a bunch of the Blood Street gang members, like the Mob Pyru. The Knight was great with Knight.
And basically, when Knight goes to prison, he tells you Reggie Wright kind of takes over.
Yeah. Reggie Wright Jr. took over the organization after Suge Knight was arrested.
So it appears, according to Lee's testimony, Davis was telling the FBI and Death Row Records was built on drug money, seemingly corroborating that it was more than just a record label. And then came the questions about Tupac Shakur and his death. So here is what Lee T98.
A little bit of Tupac Shakur.
Yes. Basically, he said that there was a conflict between Davis and Mr. Marion Knight that resulted, as a result of the shootings, that the conflict, there was basically a war going on between Southside Compton Crips and Compton Blood Pirate gang members, stemming from the mall altercation with Marcus Nunn and Orlando Anderson, other members of Southside Compton Crips, along with the Compton Blood gang members.
And he claims the reason that people believe that Orlando Anderson is the killer is that he asserts the Compton police is telling people that.
That's correct. He made comments that he believed that Compton PD members were putting out rumors that Orlando Anderson and them were involved.
Do you confront him about Mr. Anderson, the attack, and him being upset about that?
About that because of the gang activity, the incident at the mall, then at the MGM Grand, then obviously the shooting of Tupac and things of that nature. Mr. Davis said that Davis and Anderson were upset after the casino's attack on Anderson, but they weren't going to strike back with so many police officers around that they would have struck back once they returned to Compton.
So he indicates to you that he's angry enough to do it. It's just he planned on doing it back in Compton, which instead of in Las Vegas.
Yeah, if they were big, apparently it was because of police presence in the area, something of that nature.
Yeah, according to Lee, Davis admitted he was angry enough to retaliate, but claimed he wanted to do it in Compton, not Las Vegas, and was the killer. But when Davis's defense attorney had the opportunity to question Lee, they hammered him on this, criticizing his investigation.
Ever bear out allegations of Tupac Shakur's murder?
Verify in terms of what?
Well, for instance, in the document that would have been the year 302, that there's an indication here, for instance, that at the lodge or went up to their hotel room at the Excalibur Casino. Now, once again, this is 1996.
Right.
Did you ever verify that information with her? And in this case, what the 302 indicates is that the room was in Anderson's name. Did you verify that to be true?
I did not specifically know.
Okay. And then with regards to the way in which he describes, meaning Mr. Davis, how they got to Las Vegas, he says in here that they drove to Las Vegas in a Land Cruiser. Any particular reason? I mean, did he have a Land Cruiser? Or was there any verification of that information?
Mentioning all the government names.
Las Vegas.
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to that, he had made mention, at least with that first interview, that he believed that
went out that they're mentioning all the government names.
Ones to have committed that
Oh,
particular
the
act
street name.
in Las Vegas in terms of the shooting of Tupac Shakur. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And with regards to that, though, sir, did you ever look into the possibility that Compton and police officers may have been involved in the shooting?
Davis in 1998 seemingly denying involvement, and now, 10 years later, according to another witness, everything changed. A different investigation was underway, and this one focused on the killing of Notorious B.I.G. So there was this task force that was made up of the LAPD, the FBI, the DEA, the ATF. They were looking into whether anyone connected to Death Row Records or the Southside Compton Crips was involved in the assassination. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was on their radar. Now, the lead detective on this task force seemed to be Greg Kading, and one of his partners was a man named Darren Dupree. They reportedly had evidence that Davis was involved in drug trafficking PCP and cocaine, which, could put him away, for the rest of his life? So they approached him, let him know they had a case against him, and they allegedly offered him a deal. Come in, talk to us about Biggie Smalls, maybe we can work something out. So Davis sat down with them, with an attorney present, federal prosecutor was there too, and when they asked Davis about Biggie, he said he didn't know anything. But then, and this is key, according to Dupree, Davis said something that caught everyone off guard.
During the course of that, do you ask Mr. Davis about his involvement in the Biggie Smalls murder?
Yes.
And what is his response?
At that time, he said, no, we didn't have anything to do with that one.
When he said we didn't have anything to do with that one, did that trigger anything in your mind as to what he was saying?
When I recall, yes, we were like, that one, what do you mean? And then he said, we did the other one.
He said, we did the other one. And so at that point, what did you think he was talking about?
Me personally, the only other one was
murder.
But we had nothing. We didn't think he was. We were talking about Christopher Wallace. We didn't ask him any questions about Tupac. He offered that on his own.
And so when he does that, is there some discussion then of maybe having a conversation about Tupac?
It was a surprise to us. Number one, we were shook. We were surprised. Yes.
That moment right there, that led to this proffer interview on December 18th, 2008. And this time, all these years after the killing, this interview was specifically about Tupac Shakur. And according to Dupree, this is when Davis laid out his version of events in detail, claiming that he was in the white Cadillac, that he had a .40 caliber gun, that he allegedly passed it to the back seat, but the would-be shooter got scared. So Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson, remember, the prosecution claims that this was revenge, that Tupac and co. beat up Orlando Anderson earlier in the night, on the night that Tupac was killed at the MGM Grand, right? So Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson, allegedly grabbed the gun and fired. This was the first time that Davis had allegedly admitted to being in the car to having the gun to being part of what happened. Here's what Dupree claims Davis told them.
That his nephew jumped up in a hotel after the Tyson fight. He came and told Mr. Davis what happened. They went looking for Tupac, Suge, anybody who was involved, basically, in the beatdown of Mr. Anderson. And they couldn't find him at first. And then they saw him and basically, but they came up on the passenger side of Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur's vehicle, so he couldn't shoot across the driver. So he handed the gun to Dre in the back seat, Andre Smith. He was afraid to shoot. Mr. Anderson grabbed the gun and shot across Mr. Smith into Mr. Knight's car that Mr. Tupac Shakur was in with Mr. Knight.
And did he tell you what kind of vehicle he was in?
In a white Cadillac.
Did he tell you what kind of gun was used?
A 40 cal Glock.
This was a story the prosecution had been waiting for, right? Davis's own words describing his alleged role in Tupac's murder, but the defense went after Dupree, okay? This happened in court. They went after Dupree the same way they went after Lee. And I'm going to get into that in a second, but first, I just have to establish another well-known connection here, and that concerns CEO of Bad Boy Records. According to Dupree, Davis didn't just admit to being in the car, he claimed that Diddy, who was referred to back then as Puffy, was connected to this in some way.
Mr. Davis had a narcotics friend in New York by the name of Equan Williams, Zip. He said he could, this is a lot deeper than that. Sean Puffy Combs was supposed to had given money to Zip Martin to give to Mr. Davis for payment of the Tupac murder. Fast forward, we go to Mr. Davis. He says he can rekindle that relationship with Mr. Zip Martin and get him to talk about the money that was given from Sean Puffy Combs to Mr. Martin that never got to Mr. Davis.
to Tupac and Martin.
And did you guys or Mr. Davis come up with a plan to get leverage on Mr. Williams, Zip? What was the idea?
Me, Detective Kading, ATF Jim Blacc, and Keefe D, Mr. Davis, flew to New York so Mr. Davis can work undercover to try to rekindle that friendship and business relationship with Zip.
According to Dupree, Davis told investigators that Diddy was involved, that money was changing hands. He apparently took this seriously enough to fly to New York to try to get Zip Martin to talk about allegedly being the middleman, but Zip was dying of cancer, so that fell through. But they said Dupree pointed out that this task force to getting Biggie Smalls, not Tupac. So they asked Dupree what efforts he made to verify Davis's story. They pressed him on why Las Vegas Metro wasn't notified sooner. And I got to say, Dupree's testimony, revealing.
Did you verify any of the information
that Mr. Davis told us?
Yeah.
We were trying to verify as much as we could.
Okay.
That's
Well, tell us the efforts. No, I'm sorry. Can you tell this dirty efforts that you made to verify the
involved here in Vegas with the murder and the large sum of money that was supposed, so that's why we flew to New York.
Dormant for so long.
Try to get that whole thing going.
Right.
And based upon your efforts in New York, were you able to verify that any of that information to be true?
No.
Now, in addition to that, information that Mr. Davis gave up in 2008 in December, did you verify any of that other information to be true?
I don't think any other information that he gave us was anything except the murder of Tupac.
Okay,
And work
now
back
we got
from there.
Freeze up here.
You can see what the defense is
All right,
doing here, right? Pressing Dupree on those copy investigation, not verifying certain details is their narrative, basically. Never confirming one person, Terrence Brown, was in Vegas. And so essentially, Davis may have admitted involvement, but the defense is suggesting it wasn't properly verified. Now, on redirect, so this is when the prosecution comes back to question, heard in the defense opening statement, did you believe him? Did you believe Davis? Here's what Dupree said.
When you were talking to Mr. Davis and he's telling you what he's telling you, did you have reason to doubt his version of events as it relates to the homicide itself?
I didn't think Mr. Davis was lying because he put the gun in his nephew's hand. Mr. Orlando Anderson, I didn't think that Mr. Davis would put the gun in his own nephew's hand, dead or alive, and put that smut on him unless it was true. The person that killed Tupac, well, in the neighborhood, he's a hero. In the world, he's a villain.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't think Mr. Davis, me personally, would do that.
So that was a big moment. That was a big moment. He did believe him. But earlier on in cross-examination, Davis might have been motivated to talk.
You had also targeted the idea, though, that it wasn't just him moving some large amount. People could be arrested. His friends, for instance, that was part of that, and they all could go to prison, right?
A lot of people in his family and his kids, his wife. But that's why he did a lot of the stuff he did. I will say that.
And I appreciate you saying that.
So that's where the defense may have been going with that, right? That Davis had reasons to say what he needed to say in order to protect the people around him. And that's where things stand in the courtroom right now, okay? But I have to call this out. And I mentioned this at the beginning. I'm going to say it here. Legal arguments and testimony and evidence. It is about a person, a real life human being, not whose life was taken far too young. Someone who was adored, who was loved. Someone whose family, I say that down with Jamila Barnes. This is Tupac's cousin, a board member of the Tupac Shakur Foundation. She has been in that courtroom every day. And she told us what it's been like.
How has it been being in the courtroom with Keefe D?
It's not been, it's just been very uncomfortable for myself and my family, to the point that, we've had to ask Marsha doesn't have to, I already be incredibly uncomfortable. So, those nuances I just add to there were two moments that were particularly harder for me. The one was the autopsy, questioning. Half of the family left out and the other half of us kind of stayed in just to observe. I was one that stayed in. I actually was kind of emotionally prepared for the images that had been surfacing for many years, but there were just more graphic images that I had not previously seen that were very difficult for me, so I had to excuses were displayed. So Tupac is my big cousin. He's 5 years older than I am, and you know, my core memories of him are just
55.
my big cousin. You know, from my childhood, like I have really beautiful memories of him from, you know, just being active, vibrant, talented, creative individual. You know, I have one memory, I have many memories, but one in particular at my 9th birthday party, all of my, you know, cousins and family friends were in my mom's basement, celebrating my birthday. And, you know, leading us on whatever it was, whether it was a song or a dance competition, whatever it was. But those are like early memories that kind of were really indicative of his talent and younger years. I think his able to be sustained for so long because he spoke from a place of like empathy. You know, he could, his lyrics, his passion, allow him to share and connect and resonate with people in a very human way, in a way that wasn't just like a untouchable celebrity, but really like your everyday, you know, friend or your neighbor or your relative or your classmate. Really spoke about, you know, really spoke general, you know what I mean? Like the equality of all the things for us all, not for one individual, but really, you know, humankind. And when your disposition is from that standpoint, you're able to connect and resonate with people across multiple different walks of life. And even now, that is able generations later where he's represented back then. So I think that's a big part of his lasting legacy, footprint of you know, things being right for people around the world to this day.
Do you have any that to chase?
It's just to be very honest, I mean, there is clear evidence of his involvement in some way, shape, or form. So it's really on the prosecution to kind of like bring that full circle and really demonstrate all those pieces. But without a doubt, there is some way in the pyramid of it all, you know, there is some connection proven in court, and hopefully the right verdict will come in and the proper consequences will be hopefully served.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe.
Like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Exactly.
I have to reset this Wi-Fi because it's acting stupid.
Yeah, and I'm having issues.
Your thoughts, Shabaka? I'm
okay. On the
reset this Wi-Fi, so I'm gonna go out and come back in.
And come back. Okay, all right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, this is a complicated case that's happening out here in Las Vegas, Nevada, from here to Los Angeles. Okay. Now, there's a lot of things that are kind of weird with this case. Okay. First of all, it's been almost 30 years since Mr. Shakur was murdered, number one. Two is you would figure that when this went down, because it is a high profile case, that why did it take them so long to discover certain evidence? Now, based on my memory, for what it's worth, okay, out here in Las Vegas, over about a year ago, there was some evidence that was discovered in Henderson, Nevada, okay, which is kind of on the outskirts here of Las Vegas, you know, to the southeast. All right, so then coming across it, you know, the police agency out here saying is that they got a break in it. Okay, so then after a few months that they said that they had a break, they went on and made an arrest, which was Keefe D, who's been sitting in the Clark County jail ever since. All right, so then they're saying is they putting together the evidence, and I think it took them like about a year to do it. Now all of a sudden, you know, they are coming up, you know, with all this evidence, you know, that led to more evidence and stuff like that. But, you know, you got 4 key individuals who are no longer with us, you know, that they stated there on the news here in Las Vegas, you know, throughout mainstream media and what have you. I'm sorry about that. I was on mute. Okay, there's some interesting things about this case is because one is an arrest was not made to well over 20 years or 25 years after Mr. Shakur's death. Okay, so they're, you know, recalling witnesses and things of that nature and past incidents, you know, that happened nearly 30 years ago. Okay. So for all practical purposes, and when Brother Che gets back, you know, he can elaborate more. I think a lot of this is circumstantial, okay? Is because, you know, we don't have no exact eyewitnesses, you know.
Yeah, circumstantial, Shabaka.
Yeah, a lot of it is circumstantial. You see what I'm saying? And I got a gut feeling that Keefe D perhaps could beat this case, okay? But it's just an instinct, you see. And they're being very, very meticulous is because at that time that I know of is that the Compton Police Department was very, very corrupt, okay?
Yes.
And that they had shut it down, okay?
Speak to that, Shabaka, because you were living in LA at the time. Let us know how corrupt the
yes,
Compton
sir.
PD was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very, very corrupt, you know, not so much on this case, but on other cases as well, too. Then the whole city administration of Compton under Mayor Omar Bradley were arrested, okay? So you had the LA County's district attorney, you know, go investigate the whole damn city of Compton. Then they shut down the Compton Police Department, and so now the LA County Sheriff's, you know, last I knew, was the only law enforcement or police agency, you know, that's doing law enforcement in Compton. And then there was some tainted shit about them out in Compton and unrelated cases. And going through the city of Compton is real bad, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Kitty wants to be on TV. Okay. Who is that?
It's the Black Magic. That's the Black Magic.
Oh, okay.
Little
Panther. Okay.
Panther.
Okay. Oh, okay. All righty. So therefore, you know, it's going to be very, very interesting as this case unfolds. And I just got a gut feeling even that's more high-powered players in this case, that either going to be brought down or there's going to be some type of insinuation on them with this case, you see, because this is just an opinion, ladies and gentlemen, but I think there's going to be more to this case, as it unfolds.
Yeah, they just started day 5.
But it's going to... Okay. So it's here on the local news, you know what I mean? I'm going to be checking it out today because I think they wrap up their court proceedings here like about 3:30, 4 o'clock, and what have you. Okay, and so it's just very, very interesting, but I just want to elaborate that was an industry, black man and woman, that was a very, very profitable industry, and we should have been controlling it. Now, who knows what outside influence?
That's why they killed one. That's why I think that has something to do with Pac getting killed, because Pac was actually working on exactly that, Shabaka.
Yeah, and then of course, what's the relation with Biggie Smalls with it?
Saying he was trying to unite the East and the West.
Right. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so were they building up solidarity to perhaps do positive things? You see what I'm saying? It's because
they were definitely working on distribution.
A whole bunch of you say, and on the records, you say, so that could put a whole lot of people in Compton, to work, to careers and what have you. You see what I mean? Then we got to look at something else. Now, this is going to sound totally unrelated. The Williams sisters, Venus and Serena Williams. You are aware of the fact that they had an older sister who was murdered in Compton as well, too. Yeah, you see what I mean?
Yep.
So is there a relation right here? Could it be, nefarious forces out there saying, well, hey, these colored folks are getting too much money and capital, for reinvestment into other projects? Could it have been somebody out there that had the mindset, hey, you know what, why don't we just buy this whole damn city of Compton parcel by parcel, piece by piece, and build it back up? Let's say.
Well, remember Nipsey was doing that for Austin. And then he ended up getting murked.
Yeah, exactly.
By a tether.
Yeah, exactly. And keep in mind is that the Crenshaw district, what it was at one time. Oh, man. Okay, all right. Then keep in mind the Crenshaw district at one time in Los Angeles and Baldwin Hills was pretty much like the Black Beverly Hills. You see what I'm saying? And then when you get in Nabiscos like this dude up here, with this sidebar shit, they all looking for a damn money grab too. So this is why over the years, ladies and gentlemen, I've had the mindset that I had of where we got to
you got not be in the building. Salute, Goddess Navi.
Hey, Goddess Navi. Okay, all right, and they don't want that. You see what I'm saying? Rather if it's New York, rather if it's Chicago, rather if it's Los Angeles, Las Vegas, the Bay Area. You see, they don't want us having no economical power. They don't want us to be decision makers. You see what I mean? Of our destiny. You see what I mean? So of course, they're gonna try, everything that they can to prevent that from happening. There's an old saying, all money ain't good money. You see what I mean?
Good money. Yep, that's saying in dominoes.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and then, you got to understand that when it comes to this high finance, high big businesses, the game is chess, not checkers. You see what I mean? Because you could best believe.
We got Sister Goddess Navi in the building, Shabaka.
Oh, hey, Goddess Navi, how are you? Okay, we hot out here in Las Vegas again, and then the case is, coming along that I'm going to check out later on today.
Yeah, they like I said, they just started day 5.
Okay.
So we'll update y'all on day 5 on Frontline Black News tomorrow.
Right. And then on top of it as well too is just bad, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the connection aren't giving you jets any justice, which sucks. Yeah, exactly, Goddess. Now it might be pre-planned this way. If I had bet my last $20 on it, that would be my bet. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Bobby said it's hot as hell there too.
Oh yeah.
And the heat cool.
Yeah, she's out in the desert, but fortunately for her, she's closer to the ocean, you know. And when the breezes come off over there, you know, they will cool that desert off, but it'll still be warm out here. And then I
think I got a big storm coming into Cali sometime next week, Nobby. So it might cool off.
Okay, is it hitting NorCal or Southern Cal?
I don't know, Shabaka. I know it's heading for California though.
Okay.
It's probably gonna hit northern.
Sounds about right. Okay.
And then move south.
Yeah. 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 All right. So therefore, you know, as this case unfolds, it'll be very, very interesting to see what it leads to. You see what I mean? It really will, because I think there's more to it than meets the eye. Okay?
Yeah. So RIP
contracts
to Tupac Amaru Shakur. Hopefully justice will finally get served after damn near 30 years.
Yep. Yeah, generation.
And we will definitely keep y'all updated on this.
Whole generation. Yeah, this is
right.
And then keep.
Let's say hundreds all week.
Oh wow, hot hundreds, but we'll see what will happen. Okay, or what's WAF got us?
We'll see what happens. It's a phone.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. And yes, indeed, rest in peace and power. Okay, now, the thing is this, okay? Now, let's go all the way back to the time of the Black Panthers. And didn't they say they wanted economical control of the businesses within the black community? Damn near 60 years ago?
Yep.
Just say, okay, and so what happened?
It'll be 60 years in October.
Yeah. In less than 2 months, they'll be coming up on their 60th anniversary, you know? All right, and so then, once again, they don't want us amassing any type of economical power for us to become self-sufficient. You see?
Mm-hmm.
This is why all these other groups, you know, want to come off into the community. Now, I'm not saying that these other groups have ill intentions, okay?
Oh, that's a perfect segue to the next topic, Shabaka.
Yeah, and they want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues.
So we've been shutting down these OTBs and tethers that have been coming against our lineage. So the boycott, or as we call it, the blackout, is in full effect. And the latest casualty is this Democratic shill tethercrat by the name of Deontay Kyle, who's been talking real greasy about FBA online. He has a whole podcast called Grits and Eggs or some crazy shit, and that got shut down.
Oh, wow.
So our brother Blackout Network is going to give us an update on that.
All right.
I want to go in on Dante. My mother didn't want me, Kyle. This unloved mulatto attacking FBA instead of the white mommy that didn't want him. Okay, so y'all went from we don't know where we come from to now, because we're delineating, we're getting verbally attacked unprovoked, because without us, y'all don't have no identity, apparently. We're not going to be validating you people. y'all have an identity crisis. So Dante, I have mommy issues. Kyle says that FBA thinks we're better than anyone else. Meanwhile, your white side didn't even accept you. So you want to lash out at us. You want to give us all the smoke. His Grits and Eggs podcast allegedly, supposedly Femininity, Black identity, and more. So his last podcast was on ICE, Black farming, and Black identity. How could a tragic mulatto have an identity crisis talk to us about what's Black identity? How could a man that talk about other Black men and keep juggling other Black men's balls in his jaws talk to us about Black masculinity? How? This tragic mulatto need to stick to democratic shilling, because see, you podcasters like Godfrey trying to discredit our lineage because you're having an identity crisis. Your next episode should be helping other tragic mulattoes like yourself talk about how your moms and how women seek BBC. They have babies with BBC, but then when BBC don't want their asses no more, they throw their babies out. Have your next episode about helping other tragic mulattoes self-identify that's going through mommy and daddy issues. Make a podcast about that. Keep my foundation of Black American men balls out your jaws. Stop worrying about our lineage and how we identify. Here's a couple of statements made by, I seen her the other day, and I was like, I don't know why, Trinity, I don't know why her page was coming up on my timeline on YouTube, but I heard her going in on us, and I ain't got time for it. These people need attention, and they do this around the same time every year. So these are a couple of his public statements about foundational Black Americans, and his podcast was talk about other things, but every one of these podcasts don't do nothing but focus on us. So a couple of his statements was Dante, my mommy didn't love me. Kyle, he said he considers himself to be a Pan-Africanist, and he believes that Black liberation should be approached globally rather than through Black American and diaspora movements. Another one of his public statements, he specifically criticized us and says that we're being divisive by delineating, but he says that he's us. He distinguished himself from FBA even while identifying as Black American. He said being a Black American does not align him being FBA. Okay, we know that you're not us. We know that you're not us. That's why your feelings is hurt. He specifically went on to say that he accepts being Black American as his reality, but doesn't believe he has to belong to an FBA organization or movement to recognize that. And he quote unquote that, meaning othering history, because it ain't his history. He's saying recognize that history. So same talking points as Tasha K, they all use them. They know we're not an organization. They refuse to recognize our lineage. They want to tie us to an organization and a movement when it's a lineage. Same talking points. Just understand who all these podcasters are. He also said, when they asked him about reparations, he said, Black folks everywhere deserve reparations. When we care, the fuck less. Handle your own damn candle. Every time y'all see this juicy mulatto speaking, opening his mouth, y'all should be checking him. Playing these games with these damn podcasters, they're disrespectful asses. Yeah, talk to other mulattoes like you, because all of y'all have an identity crisis. That's not our job to validate y'all, because y'all have an identity crisis. That is your parents that decided to step outside of their race to educate you about that other side. But see, that other side don't accept you. So the only thing you concentrate on is FBA. And we don't even think you are even half that. We want y'all to stay out our damn business and go back to the parents that rejected your ass and crisis, not us. Y'all try to make it like it's us, and we don't know. We know exactly who the hell we are. So I just wanted to address that juicy mulatto, y'all. That's what I feel. What you think?
That's exactly what it is.
What I think.
It's the meltdown because of delineation. Everybody upset and sad because of they're gonna just come out and be real enough and be like, hey man, we wanted to steal from y'all. We was trying to scam off of y'all. We really deep down inside are jealous and we want to be a part of your lineage. And this whole delineation thing is messing up our bag. Ain't nobody ever gonna admit to getting that ass whooped. Understand that in life, fam, that's a principle of life. Word to the wise. Ain't nobody gonna run around here and you can't come up in here and scam us. So they gonna come up with 101 different ways of saying the same bull-ish. You call my husband this. You calls my kids this. You calls my granddaddy this. You was talking about my hairline. No, your hairline is talking about your hairline and your hair. Through delineation, because every single community in this country was stealing from the people who are delineating. We have done a massive deed for ourselves because everything is about us. The energy only flows through us. There is no friends. There's no buddies. There's no hugs. There's no daps. There's no pounds. When I say in-house, I'm talking about the way the dollars circulate, all the way to how the frequency circulates. But I guarantee it only circulates. These other folks gonna get their energy from because they were relying on scamming. Fam, this whole country has always relied on stealing from Black Americans. And when Black Americans shut down the heist, whatever FBA said we gonna do it. And we're gonna do it with style, with fashion, with grace. And when we do it, everybody's gonna be sitting back and they're gonna be watching us dominate. Because that's what we are, fam. We're the dominators. And right now we're dominating through delineation.
Yeah, and didn't she say when you played it last night, didn't she say, oh, FBI, I can't speak. They say I can't speak on their business because I have and ain't nobody call her husband no African booty scratcher. They all use that same lie, same tired ass lie. Ain't nobody. Listen, we too witty for that. Y'all don't even know how to roast. We too witty for that. Ain't nobody calling y'all that. So she talking about, oh, I got help because she feels like they're not included. Her African husband and her African kids. She feel like they're not included.
Get your own, hold your own. It ain't my problem. Yeah, and we shut you down. You're gonna learn it the first time. And that's another thing we've been doing, fam. Everybody's been getting that the first time. Fam, we say something one time, ain't no coming back. You get G-check one. Godfrey, a tether. He's upset because he can't speak on FBA. Hell no, you can't speak on FBA because you're not a foundational Black American. The same way I can't speak for Russia, I can't speak for China, I can't speak for Mexico. Everybody understands you can't speak for something that you're not a part of until it gets to us. There's been a bunch of spoiled ass tethers. And this is why tethers right now, we gonna do what we want to do stuff, done got G-checked. Every time you let these people talk, they start saying things that are harmful to us. Talk, let them talk. We checking the folks who come in here and want to talk sideways, and then we checking the person who escorted them in and wants to allow them to talk. How Godfrey to talk, look how he talked about us. Every time some raggedy tether pops up in here, someone always says, let them talk. And every time you let one of these people talk, they always cross the line of disrespect. I send a certified salute to all my brothers and sisters who don't let them talk. You ain't got no business talking on what. Quiet. All my FBA brothers and sisters in here right now. What would happen if some stranger came to your house, knocked on your door when you was a kid, told your mommy and daddy what he was going to do, what would happen with your mom and dad? What would your family do to that person?
They've been and took this, you know.
That's where we need to go. And then when you check them, they start to cry and want to run to Mr. Mayo Man and say, FBA would be mean to me. They's a hate group who called my husband an African booty scratcher. It's not my fault. If he is running around here illegal with dirty paperwork, it's not my fault. If you met him in the book, but it applies to you. So stay mad and stay upset, and shout out to all my brothers and sisters who are not letting them talk.
So, yeah, I just wanted to address him. I wasn't going to go in too much. They start getting desperate because they ain't getting no shine. Democrats ain't paying them, so they got to get paid one way or the other. And what's the hottest commodity out here? Foundational Black Americans. That's where every time you turn around, somebody's talking about us. So I just want to say Immigration and Customs Enforcement is planning to acquire these. I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all have heard of them, but, you know, I'll give you guys more intel on them. So they're coming out with these electric shock gloves for the ICE officers. They're called the Glove. The Glove, GLOVE, generated low output voltage is what they're saying. Okay, they said that they look like an ordinary law enforcement glove, makes direct contact with the person's skin. And they are reported specific. So they done spent $20 million to create these gloves, and they said it's intended to cause enough pain to obtain compliance genuinely within seconds. Did y'all hear about them gloves that they coming out with?
Yep.
Yeah, so they gonna just touch them now.
Yeah, I think I did. That shit's diabolical.
Now they ain't gotta chase them down. Because you know they be falling to the ground. Ooey, ay, ooey. Falling to the ground. Something always wrong with them. They always have an emergency, some type of medical emergency. So now it's in gloves now to endure it all just to stay over here, just not to go back home or wherever they will be sent. Yeah, they willing to get the ankle monitors and now get tased or glove, because all they got to do is lay hands on them, falling out, and got to drag them. They're going to be getting shocked the whole time. So maybe they doing that to
Yeah, this stuff is crazy. Okay, seem like we're having some connection issues with here. Okay, Brother Che, you still there? Okay, all right, so we might be having some connection issues out of our Denver office. Okay, so this individual's got his podcast shut down. And then on top of it too, I'm just noticing is that outside forces are throwing a lot of division within the Black community. Again, you know, and it's been
they don't get the 1804.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, there's back. Okay.
Had to pay the oppressors, and we ain't seen no energy, no 18.
Okay, we went out again.
They can't get out their own way, family. They can't get out their own way. So you got to understand, when individuals keep messing up, violating, going to jail, getting snatched up, getting deported, that's because FBA is on code. See, when FBA is on, see, in the Yes We Can era, you can just do anything you want to, and everything is good. In the Held to the Null era, you start doing
I don't know what the hell.
ain't no party like a certified party, because a certified party don't.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the first clip?
Okay, my thoughts on the first clip right there with the sisters talking about the FBAs and all these other groups want to come out here and, how should I say, ride our coattails on that. Yeah, it's because, as you so well put it, they want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues, you see?
Mm-hmm.
And all this stuff, you know, stems from this, okay? They want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues. As soon as we start talking about becoming economically independent, okay, well, you guys are black racists and what have you, but we don't control no police departments, no stock markets, no minerals, no Federal Reserve. So we don't control no elements to implement any type of racism. Does that make sense?
Yep, makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, you see, and then on top of it, as soon as we start talking about it, such as yourself, such as myself, then we get all this hateration, you know, coming our way. You see what I mean? And I think it's up to the point, man, I think I blocked every damn Nabisco, man, off my like page. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
As soon as they come up there talking that stupid shit, delete block. I don't argue with them no more. Delete block. You know.
And it goes for them tethers too. That's calling you a cotter.
Oh yeah. Them too. Yeah, cause see, I got something special for them. Now, what I got special for them, okay, that line. Well, you know, black people sold them old selves into slavery, right? But what it is, though, as you so well put it, Brother Che. First, they came with the missionaries that did the recon for the military. We bowed our heads to pray, okay? When we bowed our heads, we had the land, and the European had the Bible. When we rose our heads up, we had the Bible, and the European had the land. So which means is that these Europeans took scriptures, you see what I'm saying, and used it to their advantage. They wasn't about being all inclusive. They wasn't about, hey man, we want to build bridges and what have you. They came up there and instilled in them on the continent this mentality of, oh, I'm just here to take.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Okay. But yet though, we're not supposed to be saying nothing about it. Yes, it is because, you know, if you witnessed all the shit that they have came to me with, well, you're being divisive. You're a black racist. I don't control no police departments. I don't control no stock markets. I damn sure don't control no federal politicians. So I'm in no position to be a racist. To implement racism, you got to have some type of power. Okay, just like what they did to the so-called Native Americans here in the United States of America. You know, here comes these pilgrims, slime grooms, whatever, perpetuators of filth and what have you. This is going to be easier to take. I think, what was that? John Henry Clark, I think, or one of his students had mentioned something about that there, Che, you know, a while back. You know, they saw that they were so giving and then went up there and so showed them how to survive in the snow. You see, so what these pilgrims do, they come over here, committing genocide.
You're breaking up, Shabaka. Are you on the headset or the Bluetooth?
No more headset. Okay, what about now?
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Better.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Still a slight echo though.
Okay, all right. I think it's this dust in the computer, man, because it's kind of dusty out here. And then, of course, as you know, dust has minute metal particles in it. You know.
Yeah.
Oh man, or it could be. And I got is some new accessories because I'm thinking that these wires or these filaments are being fried. You say, okay.
Yeah. They messed with us. I think it's StreamYard and damn internet's acting stupid.
Yeah, it's a combination of it both. You see, it's because each time I sign on to the StreamYard, man, I gotta make 3 and 4 attempts to get the connection. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, I gotta have this computer go through diagnostics, you see, because it could just be something real simple or it could be something real major. See, that's the problem with this stuff. And then as this AI technology grows, it's gonna have more problems because I'm looking at this artificial intelligence, man, like
oh yeah, we're gonna get to that, but we gotta finish up the boycott or the blackout.
Yeah, keep the blackout going on. Keep it going on indefinitely. Keep it going on for the next 2 or 3 generations so we can amass some type of wealth, to do some type of economical flex. And then what's going to happen is you're going to have mainly the Nabiscos talking about, well, how come we can't get in on it as well too? We're all Americans and all that, but that's mighty funny. You didn't say that during the civil rights movement. You damn sure didn't say it during the black empowerment era. You see what I'm saying? So why all of a sudden now? See, they just think that we're just supposed to be so damn fucking forgiving. You see? And sit up there and let them define our objectives and our narratives, okay? Just like
exactly, said that's true. Okay. Said like
that's true. Said they not killed either of those. Africans needs to save all that energy for whites.
Right.
Yeah, Goddess, you're right. You see what I'm saying? Is because the white man has always been, as Malcolm said, has always had his game of divide and conquer, you see. But it's very interesting he didn't use it on himself in Europe. But when they
he did. He did use it on himself in Europe. Remember, they did this stuff to themselves first.
Oh, okay. And then keep in mind, too, Brother Che, but as soon as they start leaving Europe, you see, going to other lands, you see.
It was more so class, though. That's why H. Rap Brown said that our struggle is race, not class.
Right. And then on top of that as well, too, but you see, but that's the Kool-Aid they want to throw on you on the class, is because let's look at black people who goes up to upper middle class. Look how a lot of black professionals, have been marred as well, too, particularly in Hollywood, particularly here in Las Vegas, you see.
Yep.
All right, is because, see, they want to keep it the quote-unquote class struggle, so where does that invite, okay? The Nabiscos. You see what I'm saying? Okay, even Black Panther Party, try to embrace that doctrine, you see? And you saw what happened with the Black Panther Party.
Yeah, they just got better results with other races.
Yeah, exactly. But these other races, they so quick to go lay with black folks, buck wenches, bed wenches, what have you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, bed bucks and bed wenches.
Yeah. Okay. Just like that case that happened out here in Las Vegas, Nevada, over a year and a half ago. A brother was staying with a Becky. They get into a domestic violence situation. Yeah, the police are summoned and they come in and they shoot and kill him, and he's the damn victim.
He's the one that called him. It's like how they did conspiracy. Some must have called them for help and they shot and killed her.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Just like other cases, man, when we were with that other network that we covered. The brother was having a problem with his son. You know what I'm saying? Mental issues. The police go in there and kill his son. So he, he called the people who killed his own son. Okay? And then I'm going back and forth with these idiots in this Derek Chauvin case. George Floyd died from an OD. It was, yeah. And you and I, Brother Che, we looked at that film 1,000,000 times over. You see what I'm saying? Oh, race didn't have nothing to do with it. But then when they called in the use of force experts from the LAPD and they went up there and said that Chauvin was wrong, now that means something is definitely wrong.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, even the LAPD use of force experts that specialize in giving black people the rural treatment, as in Rodney King, get it?
Yep.
Okay. They said that this was wrong, and it was clearly a case of murder. You see what I mean? Because you already had the man handcuffed. Why the hell didn't you just pick him up off the ground and put him in the back of the car?
Right. Instead of kneeling on his neck for 9 minutes.
Yeah, and the man is bound. Okay, see, Brother Che, that's just it. That's what makes it special circumstance, in my opinion, because the man was already handcuffed. You see,
right.
So he was bound. You see what I mean? Just like what they did with Bobby Seale, man, in the Chicago 7 trial, when Bobby Seale was bound and gagged in the court. Yeah, Judge Julius Hoffman, and I think he died. You know what I'm saying? Okay, he was bound and gagged. But when you look at history, you look at history to take notes so you don't make the mistakes, you know, in the future.
Right.
Okay, now like all these Nabiscos come up to me. Oh, well, man, what about all the whites that died in the Civil War? And I say, Nabisco, I'm only going to say this here to you one time. Lincoln did not free the slaves because he was a humanitarian. Lincoln freed the slaves of the South to take away their free labor on producing elements that they need to fight a war. You see what I'm saying? And what have you. And then, as you said,
he was a big dude. He was about 6'6", 200 pounds.
Who, Lincoln?
No, George Floyd.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then to find out that Derek Chauvin, you know, unconfirmed reports that Derek Chauvin and Floyd worked at the same nightclub together as bouncers, and I think that they were seeing the same woman. Okay, all righty. I don't know if that's been.
It was from the Nabisco.
Yeah. Right.
And they said that remember when he was crying out for his mama, they was saying that was the chick that he was crying out for. We thought he was actually crying out for his actual mama.
Yeah. You see, so then of course Mr. Floyd died. You know what I'm saying? Chauvin was in there serving 20 years, and then they was up there trying to get an appeal.
He's serving 20 years at the state and 21 years at the federal. Concurrently.
Okay. All right.
So he ain't getting out anytime soon, and keep trying to get him a pardon. That's not happening. Even if he got pardoned at the federal level, he still have to do the state time in Minnesota.
Okay. All righty. And so then they coming up here with all this sympathy for him and all that. Then
exactly,
Goddess, he was bigger than those weak ass race soldiers. You see what I mean? And then Che, as we know, that they put pressure, and the man got to urinating on himself. Because you remember we was looking at the video, man, and I said, no, that's antifreeze coming from up under the car. No, it was his urine. Okay, so he was on the verge of death right there.
Yeah.
You see? And the man is begging. You see? And so it was definitely something from Chauvin against Mr. Floyd.
Oh, yeah, that was personal.
Yeah, you say, all right,
exactly,
and then Goddess says, yeah, exactly. And Chauvin was married, you see? You know what I mean? And then them YFs, you know what I'm saying? They is dangerous.
Yep.
Yeah,
they are.
Is dangerous.
White cheese.
Yeah. And what is what's that song was called? It's poison.
Yeah, a bit with the ball.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So hey, so you people could hit me with a bunch of shit up on my like page as you usually do. Call me all kind of black ass races and black MFs and this, that, there, the other. The only thing that tells me, folks, is that we're getting somewhere. You know?
So these tellers is crashing out. As you can see from the screen, we got Godfrey and Tether K, otherwise known as Tasha K. She lost 30,000 subscribers overnight for calling FBA the KKK. And Godfrey, he got a 5150 podcast or 5150 folk podcast. It's supposed to be talking about issues in Africa, but all they do is talk about FBAs.
But once again, that's neo-colonialism for you. You know what I mean?
So Black Alpha and Natural gonna give us an update on that as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. Shout out to Black Alpha.
Stop. Shout out to all my foundational Black American brothers and sisters out there. Shout out to all my foundational Black American regulators, the riders, because it was y'all that was pulling up in all of these op spaces and in their chat rooms or out here in these streets meets and letting them know that the disrespect won't be tolerated. I got to send a big certified salute, fam. We a force. We a juggernaut. We a wave. Everybody knows about this grassroots lineage energy that we out here putting in these streets. And if you notice, each and every single op that opens their dusty ass mouth are all crashing out. Family, who's it gonna be next? Because we know who it was before. What about Flab Joe? Didn't he run to a podcast, run his mouth? Look what happened to him.
For now, Nabi, she gonna keep losing subscribers. Yeah, I peeped that out. She had over 1 million subscribers before this even happened. And she is the one that came out after she lost 30,000 subscribers trying to apologize, but it was a backhanded apology. So we don't accept your apology. Tether K, you can keep that shit.
Him canceled. You seen Buster without the rhymes? Ran his mouth. What happened to him? Canceled. Godfrey, Muldoon, canceled. Canceled. You name them, family. We still can't find Hugo Flea, not Newton. I heard he was with the Lion Party. And I heard last time he was begging for donations.
And we in the summer, he's still begging for donations for jackets and coats. He's trying to get ready for the winter coming.
And he's begging for some money because he got locked up and he had a GoFundMe page. Can't even fund himself because we touching everybody money. Everybody money right now is getting evaporated because of foundational Black Americans, y'all. We out here making them bank accounts dry. They can't get no withdrawals, ain't got no deposits. This is all about us, fam. We've been standing on money, cash reparations everywhere around me, cream, dollar bills, y'all. And if you look at, we the only ones getting to the bag. Everybody else, they don't know where the bag's coming from because we messed it up. Fam, let me tell you what foundational Black Americans have done. We canceled all of these podcasters, these vloggers, and these streamers, okay? Musty K, Tether K, or whatever the hell K. She done got checked, lost 1,000 subscribers in one day. Fam, what you think gonna happen in 2 days, 3 days, 4 days? Because the regulators, they'll mount it up. And I'm always telling everybody that when the regulators mount up, they gonna come see you. Personally, trust me, I know. Shout out to you, Kamala Harris. You still hiding, but we'll get to that at another time. Family, let's take it a step further. We done dried up all of the scam African money. There's no more scam African money. We done dried up all of the foreign aid.
She refers to her followers or her subscribers as winos, Shabaka. Tether K. She's like, shout out to my winos.
Shit, man, what kind of shit is that? You know what I'm saying? Just with her saying that, I don't even want to see the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, Goddess says, yes, shall said a bunch of alcoholics subbed her. That's
a sad addiction there.
Yeah, that's bad. You know what I'm saying? And hey, and like I said, I don't even do shit like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey, you know, if you up here viewing us, hey, we appreciate you. Drop some bread on this podcast. You know what I'm saying? You know, because we trying to stay afloat. We taking on a whole lot of water, you see?
Right.
But we're trying to prevail as best we can, you know, under the circumstances, you know? And then too, is that they keep this wedge on us. And I mean, they did this off the plantation system on the continent.
Yeah, it is, Nabi. It is very disrespectful.
Yeah, and then, but nobody, these individuals disrespecting us, okay, ain't got no heat for the Nabisco.
Right, that part.
Yeah, you see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Maxwell,
Okay,
she's another op. I know she's
okay.
popular, and that's sad. I know. Ugh. All she do is gossip.
Well, never happened over here, okay? Specify goddess, okay?
The disrespect.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, all righty. And then on top of it as well too, so we want to give a shout out there to Word Radio in Philadelphia. You know, they had acknowledged us, okay?
Yeah.
And definitely our man there, who was that there, Rich Money, I believe.
Yeah, Rich Taylor.
Yeah. I spoke with him, you know, and what have you. And he said he'd keep us in mind and whatnot. And
you can see everything now, Maxwell. Okay, cool.
Okay. Maxwell says his format changed. Now I can see others now. Okay. All right. You see, Maxwell, this is what we're talking about, man. See, every other day, man, they always got some shit for us, man, on these damn laptops.
Yeah, YouTube keep changing up shit. Like, they keep changing up the format and the layout.
Oh, yeah. You see?
Handles opposed to the actual names.
Yeah, exactly. You see? And then they got the audacity to ask people, man, for their damn social security numbers and driver's licenses. Don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it. Don't give them that information. They don't need it. Yeah, go.
Black Alpha.
Okay.
Need money. These folks ain't getting all them thousands and millions of dollars that's going to their little homelands. What about all those think tanks done dried up their money? Podcasters gone. We took every single person who was on national television, personally got them fired and canceled, and now we're doing the same exact things to the podcasters. Now let me talk about Musty K. Family, we done checked Musty K so damn bad, she started having a tether confession. Family, a lot of folks didn't even know who the hell she was, because I didn't even know who the hell she was about a year ago. I kind of sort of heard about her. Okay. Only thing I knew, family, is that she looked like she was a confirmed tether. Next thing you know, family, she out here telling everybody that she is one. She out there talking about my people is Bahamian and I've got this in me and Latino in me. Remember on that little apology she did, which wasn't an apology. Okay. We checked that 2 times. Family, she went and just dropped everything. She let you know. She was like, I got this in me. I got that in me. I ain't this. I ain't that. They out here having tether confessions because we done made the block hot. We done looked at them hairlines. We done looked at them jaw lines. If it ain't adding up, then you must be a tether. We done looked at that dusty ass tone you have when you speak. We done seen it all. So you must be a tether. We done looked at the way your ass crumbles every time you under pressure. You must be a tether. The way you speak, the way your energy is, everything about you, you must be a tether. And family, now they telling us that. Foundational Black Americans done did that, y'all. Straight up. Because let me say this. Disrespect of foundational Black Americans ain't tolerated. This isn't anybody saying you got one more time. Your one more time was 50 damn years ago. It's over with. Everything from here is up. And we going to make everybody very, very clear that if you talk about foundational Black Americans, I don't give a damn if you whisper. Somebody gonna hear it, and then they gonna tell another rider, and then them riders is gonna multiply, and then we gonna pull up on you, and next thing you know, you're gonna be just like Dusty K, sitting there dusty, rusty, always musty, telling everybody about all the tether blood you got in you, telling everybody about all the tether pole you had in you, telling everybody about all that tether lineage you got. So family, did we check a vlogger about her tether husband, and then she ended up admitting that she's a tether her damn self? And did we do all of that in one day? Absolutely correct, we did. And let them keep on coming, family. We gonna keep on G-checking them. We gonna keep on PIMP-tapping them, because that's how foundational Black Americans roll. Back to you, sister.
Somebody asked, where is Conscious Flea at? I hadn't seen him.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you what Conscious Flea is. Conscious Flea is on his knees, and he's begging please to any Democrat that'll break him off something. That's where he is, because we done dried up all that think tank money. Think tank money, scam African money, foreign aid money, Democratic campaign. That's why the Democrats right now, they had to literally put up their headquarters as collateral for a loan. You cannot tell me that the Democrats being broke, literally being 2 million in the hole, literally, you can't tell me that ain't got something to do with foundational Black Americans, because we can all point to Kamala Harris. They took that money, gave it to Kamala Harris. She paid off people like Holland. She paid off people like Fleroy. Foundational Black Americans checked all three of them. They all went broke, and now they're disappearing. Family, it's the disappearing tether. Deportation ain't the only thing making folks disappear. Delineation is making them disappear too. And that got that certified FBA grassroots stamp on it. Every single person has been embarrassing themselves, and that's good. The fact of the matter is you can no longer maintain an image of supporting Black Americans, but yet be so anti-foundational Black American with your rhetoric or with your behavior or with your allegiances. Again, delineation in regulating has drawn lines in the sand and narrowed everything down to two options. And I'm going to present a new option. And family, as we always break news right here, we're going to break some more tonight, fam. There's something that we're going to have to start saying, and we're going to put it into the lexicon just because I'm feeling oh so certified, y'all. The new thing we're going to have to start saying is that being anti-foundational Black American is unpatriotic. It is unpatriotic to be anti-foundational. If you're anti-foundational, the people who laid the foundation for America, then doesn't that make you un-American? Doesn't that make you an enemy of the state? Doesn't that make you somebody who is unpatriotic? Would you be a treasonist if you went against the United States of America? Well, to go against the people who laid the foundation and who have the longest running citizenship in this country, that would make you unpatriotic. So yeah, y'all, being anti-foundational Black American through your words, your actions, your phrases, or your practices is anti-American. And anti-Americanism, last time I checked, was treason. Now let's see what they say when we hit them with that one. Now let's see they rebuttal when we put that on the line. See, what you want to do is they want to make foundational Black Americans look like a group, so it doesn't look like they're hating on Americans. But when we strip that away and we say, no, foundational Black Americans are not a group. We are a lineage from this nation, and we built this nation. So by hating on us, that means you're hating on this country. They're done for when you hit them with that royal flush. Tasha K., you disrespected foundational Black Americans. You were disrespecting America. And I'm telling you right now, there's some people right there in the White House, Donald Trump. What about Tom Homan? I don't think they like you disrespecting America too much. Maybe I need to call ICE on your husband. Don't worry about an African booty scratcher. You better be worried about, is he an illegal immigrant? Because the disrespect FBA means you disrespecting this whole damn country. Disrespecting foundational Black Americans means you're disrespecting every single person in this country. We're going to make everybody have to hold that hate. Okay, all that despise, everybody gonna have to hold that despise. See, when you say something about the dominant society, everybody automatically says, oh, you're talking bad about America. And then everybody comes to defend them. Well, when you talk bad about FBA, then you're talking bad about America. So now let's see what everybody does. There's nowhere to run to. There's nowhere to hide. We stand on business and we multiply. Let me ask you a question, my sister Natural, because I know you seen that yesterday and I know you was tearing her up. Did you always know she was a tether? Did you have high tether flags? Did the tether alert pop in? Because family, we done checked her so much that we done got a tether confession. I ain't never seen that before. Y'all notice every time foundational Black Americans start checking people, they go into this elongated rant. And basically they just crying and they need tether therapy. Did you notice that she was a tether beforehand, sister? Because I was very, very cautious. And now we're being very, very confirmed.
Now, I knew she had that African husband, and I never thought twice about her knuck if you buck face. But what we need to do is have Trump look into her husband's, their little accounts they got over there in Africa, because she over there hiding money from Cardi B. We need to have him. Yeah, we need to have him look into the damn husband bank accounts over there in Africa.
Do she got a bushmeat bank account?
She got a bushmeat bank account.
She about to go bushmeat bankrupt, effing with FBA. Yeah, Donald Trump, I know y'all be listening. Donald Trump. I know all the Republicans be tapped in, the Democrats be tapping in, because everything we do, foundational Black Americans, they watching is truly all eyes on us. Y'all go ahead and y'all start running some investigations on that money she's hiding. Run some investigations on that paperwork of her husband. Family, this ain't nothing different than calling ICE. What they say, you see something, say something. Let me tell you what I seen. I seen baldy locks. I seen no hairline. I seen bushmeat babble. And I seen a tether confession. So I seen it. So I'm going to say something. Go ahead and check on Tasha K, Tether K, and her husband and see if they've been doing devious behavior in the United States of America. I'm going to do my due diligence and I am going to do my patriotic duty that if I see or suspect a tether, especially a tether who's a gossip vlogger, who's a BUMCOON, then I'm going to go ahead and let everybody know that she needs to have a visit from the authorities. Fam, don't be surprised here within the next few months that she goes on her little show and she starts telling everybody how her husband ain't here no more. Because when FBA says it, FBA makes it happen. We get it cracking. Back to you, sister.
She got kids with him. He gonna do just like the rest of them Africans do. He gonna flee back this country and leave her here with the damn kids. Halo said she got an African jawbone.
I've been telling people about that jawline. So, hey, sometimes the jawline is a bigger giveaway than the hairline. And if you got the hairline and the jawline, yo, ass out of time. You crazy.
She looking like Jay Leno out here. Okay, she got the damn jawline.
Y'all know when y'all scuff your boots and then you go get that little polish to iron it out? Family, that's what she's doing with her hairline. Them damn edges is dripping. If anything they talking about, stay on business, stay certified, and keep on checking them, fam, because that is the way of life.
Delineations in full effect.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm serious about this shit. I'm not.
We're going to have hella consequences to deal with. What are your thoughts about it?
Okay, once again, as you put it, you know, I'm seeing all this discord, you know, throughout the whole diaspora, but at the same token, though, you've heard me tell them, is that all you motherfuckers do is want to come over here and take, and then you want to sit up there and talk about us in the U.S., and then when them Europeans or any other groups start having some smoke for your ass, we the first ones you come talk to. So I have to tell them, fuck you.
Right.
I mean, straight out, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, you've been familiar with me over the years, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they was going in on her, Navi.
Yeah, you say, but what it is, though, but these same individuals, but they don't ever have no smoke, you know, for the Nabiscos.
Right.
You see, and then keep in mind that Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, we have the smoke for the Nabiscos. You witnessed it, Navi. You witnessed it, Brother Che. You see what I'm saying? You know, then all of our well-wishers and what have you have witnessed it. And then what the hell they will always try to say, oh, well, man, we're all the same. No, we're not all the same.
Right.
All the kitties are not the same. When you look at Amaru, and look at Khalifa, do they look like the same kitty? Of course not.
No.
You see what I'm saying? You know, when you look at the hounds, you know what I'm saying? Does the pit bull look like a Doberman? Of course not.
No.
You see what I
mean?
mean?
Does the pit bull look like a Corgis? No.
Exactly. You see? And so then the part that really kills me, and then you're all going to love this. Okay, not getting off topic. Brother Che just came across my desk, okay? Everybody's familiar with Dory Miller, who was the Navy sailor that shot down 6 Japanese airplanes during Pearl Harbor.
In World War II?
Yeah, in World War II. Yes, sir. They're getting ready to name a ship after him. I believe an aircraft carrier. And then,
nice.
Of course, the regime. Yeah, and then, of course, the regime, you know, they throwing all kind of obstacles off into it, you know what I'm saying? And it's always, you know, when it comes to these armed conflicts, all the way from the Revolutionary War to Vietnam to the current shit that you got going on, they always coming to us. They always coming to us. They always coming to us, you know what I'm saying? And then, and as we know, when the heavyweight champ brought attention to this in the 1960s, well, he was a coward and all of this, and all you Nabiscos, as he said then, you know, wasn't nobody going to get in the ring with him. I wonder why. Let me think. Why didn't they didn't want to get in the ring with that arrogant black draft dodging bastard? Why? Oh, I can't figure it out, Brother Che. I'm stupid. Maybe you could help me.
What did you say, Shabaka? I have somebody nothing.
Oh, no, but when Ali was doing his thing and they called him all kind of NGRs and called him all kind of draft dodgers, and he said if he's prepared to die, he's prepared to die fighting one of them. How come nobody took him up on his challenge?
Because they didn't want to get the brakes beat off of him.
Yeah. I thought I was the only one that thought that. You know what I'm saying? You know. But however, Ali was Ali, you know, may he rest in power. And on his domestic situations, you know, I ain't got no comment on, you know what I mean, that there was between him and his wife, you know.
Yeah, we covered that.
Yeah, we covered that story right there. And then, too, they always are coming to us. Yeah, say, anytime this country get into some type of problem, rather if it's politically, economically, commercially, medically, they always coming to us. Oh, be the experiment again like we did with you in Tuskegee. Oh, let us harvest your organs like they did little Kendrick, okay? They say, oh, your melanin is selling way higher than gold. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, that explains all them lynchings. Those is organ harvesting.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you said it better than me. You know, I was leaning toward that. And then, of course, you know, we can't forget the chairman of Montgomery. You know what I mean?
Yes, shout out to the chairman.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Oh, yeah, definitely Aquaman. You know, he deserves a Medal of Valor. You know, he had that youth on his side, and Aquaman got busy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We just supposed to sit up there because you Nabiscos, you know, you're mighty whitey and all this old type of crap. And what is it? No, you're never alone, Shabaka, on that thought. Okay, thank you, guys. Okay, well, you know, you guys are black racists. Oh, on Ali. Oh, yeah, well, see, guys, I lived through Ali's era. You see what I'm saying? I lived through Ali's era. Okay.
Sure did.
Now, and then, of course, you know, when the work got put in on the Nabiscos down in Montgomery, you know what I'm saying? Where my ancestor slave down there in Alabama. So, so I'm hoping some of my distant relatives that got out there and smashed some of them bastards. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, because I would have been in that shit. Ain't no sense in me lying. You
know
what I'm saying? Ain't no sense in me lying. I would have been in it. You know what I mean? And then, and it was great seeing them getting smashed. And then that old police chief going up there booking more black folks than the perpetrators of it. You see what I'm saying? You know, and where's the justice? You see? You know, and I mean, it's double standardized when it comes to us. You see what I'm saying? You know, and then they're going to go sit up there and talk about our big butt, beautiful sisters. Oh, my God, with all that lusciousness. Oh, they're ugly.
Yeah, that's.
But how come Master... Yeah. How come Master spent all his time over there in the slave cabins as opposed to with his own, how should we say, Barbie doll wife?
He wanted some of that shit.
Yeah. Now, so then what happened is the Barbie doll goes up there to the brother. And then, of course, we know what happened with that. You see what I'm saying? And Ali had talked about that in a rumble before he fought Big George. You know what I mean? But we're supposed to be so forgiving. You see what I'm saying? We're supposed to sit up there and believe in our oppressors more so than we believe in ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not intelligent. Now,
right.
True enough, we have a whole lot of internal conflicts, you know, within the black community, the whole diaspora for that matter. We got a long way to go, but we have came a long way. You see. Now, for you drunks on the continent, for you bastards who sat there and let some goat-smelly, unbathed, disease-infested creature come up there and give you alcohol.
Exactly, Nabi.
Yeah, okay. Give you alcohol. You sat up there and drank with these bastards. What did they do? They got you drunk and they mugged you. You see what I'm saying? You know, and then just like I'm seeing some of these heads of state over there in Africa do talking about they want their currency to be with that of the European. Nigga, is you crazy?
Exactly. Didn't y'all learn anything? No.
Yeah, and then on top of it, then you sitting right there on the world's largest gold deposits, and all the currency around the world is backed by gold and silver. But,
right.
You know, like I said, you know, the diaspora is a mess. You know what I'm saying? And then all you people who call me a kata and all this old type of shit, you here to take. And what your ass would do is that you would go up there to the Nabisco and turn on your own brethren or distant brethren or what have you. Here, we circumnavigated the globe when these motherfuckers were still in caves. We had to show them how to wash their nasty, funky, stinking asses.
Right.
It was black women that gave the world the concept of feminine hygiene.
Yep. So
you know what I mean? But then, our people got all the way ratchet in the 90s. We turned on each other as opposed to getting that wealth off that money, and we could have literally built, quote unquote, Wakanda. You know, in the figurative sense. Not
remember they started flooding our communities with these tethers in the 70s, Shabaka.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. The 70s and the 80s. You see what I mean? And then they was going up there infiltrating us, but then they go up there and lay with colonizers.
Yeah, just like they did in their homeland.
Yeah, you see? And then, okay, and then look like what happened down there, you know, in Zaire. You know? Yeah. And then
they need the fire slapped out of
them for those trashy ass words. Oh yeah, got us. They do, you see. But then on top of it is when we try to make positive progress here, you know, in the U.S., here come all these other groups with their hands out, acting like we owe them something.
Yeah.
That's the shit that bothers me. You know what I'm saying? You act like we owe you something. Well, we're all the same, man.
And we're gonna get to one of them groups that thinks that we owe them something, and that is the Asians. So the blackout has reached the Asian businesses. As you know, we went from boycotting the Africans, the African braiding shops. This is boycotting African braiding shops, to now boycotting the Asian businesses because they killed our brother Cyrus Belton.
Yeah.
And
they shot him.
Rick Chow off.
Yeah.
So now the Asians are spelling it.
Yeah, and then not to mention turn back the hands of time of Latasha Harlins.
Yep. Sure enough, 91.
See what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, and then she was retreating from the conflict, left her money and the merchandise, and then got shot and killed.
Right.
Sundaju, her murderer, 5 years summary probation. She's not even on probation no more, y'all. 5 years summary probation. Yeah. Let's say so. And then you get these fools trolling my page. Well, when is Black Lives Matter gonna matter to black people? A troll.
Oh my God, that's a troll.
Black
Those
Lives
are trolls
Matter.
and tethers. Only trolls and tethers.
Exactly. Yeah. And then, but Black Lives Matter is not even black owned.
That's George Soros.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, right. But don't nobody want to mention that. You see what I mean? And then you chicks who went out there and started, quote unquote, Black Lives Matter. You got your mansions out there, you know, and Hollywood Hills. Yeah, out there in Topanga Canyon, Benedict Canyon, Coldwater Canyon. You know what I'm saying? All those canyons is rich ass areas out there in the city of Los Angeles. You see?
Yeah.
And I mean, you all couldn't take some of that land that you had on those mansions, set you up a compound over there for some of the people who are homeless in LA. You right out there by fucking UCLA. Okay,
Drive
I'm going to
safe.
be driving soon, so I'll be listening. They think we're supposed to bow down and kiss their asses. All of them with that mindset can go straight
Straight to
to
hell.
hell.
Exactly.
I
No.
agree with you. I agree with you. And you mean to tell me Black Lives Matter? That you all had their mansions and you couldn't go get some of them homeless people down there in L.A.? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Even if you pitch tents on your damn property for
Mhm.
them, you know, it's big enough. Then, of course, you would have to have some security. Then, of course, screen the people, you know?
Right.
And because living in that kind of lifestyle, it will make you give up. It is designed to make you give up. You see?
Yes.
Why do you think they flood the black community with all that? Okay?
Mhm.
To make you give up. See, you don't see this here in these other communities. Now, these other groups of people, whatever internal conflicts that they have, they keep it to themselves.
Yeah.
See, we're the exact opposite. You know, going out to these other groups to commit self-destruction on black groups. But the other groups look at it, well, hey, well, we got the 2-for-1 deal right here. You see what I'm saying? They kill their
Let me get to
own.
this next
You
clip,
see what
Shabaka.
I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, and then keep in mind, too, I want to say this here on this here, Brother Che. Please get to the next clip. Yeah, some idiot online talking about, well, black on black crime. And now let's look at all these homicide cases like the Charles Mansons and Jack the Rippers, the Boston Strangler, you know what I'm saying? The Manson clan.
Ted Bundy.
How come you... Yeah, Ted Bundy, yeah. How come y'all don't never comment on them?
Right.
Although we already know the answer. Okay, so with that there being said, folks, let's get on to the next clip.
Spending another damn.
When they killed George Floyd, did you stop going to white businesses? Did you stop shopping at IKEA?
Yeah.
Did you stop eating Haagen-Dazs?
Yes.
Did you stop posting to Pinterest?
Actually, yes.
I don't even know this guy.
Right.
And even though he might look a little bit like my dad, I have nothing to do with him.
Okay.
When this guy hate crime this guy, I didn't stop listening to The Weeknd. I didn't refuse to watch Sinners. Also, I think this guy should probably be in prison.
First things first, I am all for Black and Asian people to boycott anti-Black Asian businesses. I root for that, and I think that's completely fair and valid. And that Black man who beat up that elderly Asian man during the pandemic deserves to rot in prison for the rest of his life. I don't know how in the hell he won that case, and it was definitely out of racism. I understand you don't know Rick Chow, and his actions do not speak for you, and you want nothing to do with Rick Chow. And tens of millions of Asian Americans have nothing to do with this guy either. That is completely valid. Asian people are not a monolith, with many different ethnicities, nationalities, and culture. However, in the United States, under the umbrella of white supremacy, that doesn't matter. Your ethnicity and nationality is stripped away from you, and you are classified under one community. That being said, the reason why a majority of the Black community is upset with the Asian community is because many of you are targeting center of whiteness and anti-Blackness as individuals and not as a collective. You not being racist as an individual is not enough to collectively erase the anti-Blackness within the community as a whole. And I can say with many of you who are silent about this entire Cyrus Belton situation up until the point that Black people decided to boycott Asian businesses. That is when you decided to say something because it started to personally affect you. That is not standing up against white supremacy or anti-Blackness. That is covering your own skin as an individual. Individualism is not the key to unity, and individualism is not the key to harmony either. Neither of them are the bridge to harmony and unity. Then what makes you think that acting as an individualist would destroy the core of anti-Blackness within the community? It's easier to say, I'm not racist, this has nothing to do with me, than it is to say, you know what, you're right, let's have a discussion. And that is why the violence and racism between Black and Asian people continues, because no one has the balls to admit, you know what, it's both of us. And correction, you meant definitely should be in jail, not probably. That's all I have to say on the matter. This is Onyx, and I'm gone.
When this whole boycotting thing started, like when the Black Americans talked about the boycotting online, a lot of Asians, I can remember one Asian particularly, he came online and he said, oh, you can boycott us. We're going to take away this. We're going to take away the weed.
This goddamn tether, Lord.
we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Like, he had so much to say, and he said it. And then he was like, you can boycott, we don't care what you do, you can, like, that was actually a challenge to the Black Americans. And if you know the Black Americans very well, you will know that the Black Americans do not like challenges, because they're going to take it up, and at the end of the day, they are not the ones who are going to back out. But this man came on social media, and then he said that the Black Americans can do it. And one thing about social media is social media never forgets. Social media never ever forgets. And right now, Asians are beginning to make it look like the Black Americans were the ones who actually instigated on this boycott in the first place. No, they talked about the boycotting, and Asians thought that it is wise to dare them to actually boycott. And now Black Americans are not disappointed. They're literally standing on business. Yeah, I'm going to let you guys watch the rest of this video, and then we come back and go with more commentaries. Don't forget, all right, to this clip remains the original creators of the clip. Thanks so much for always watching my videos. Let's watch, and we come back again with more commentaries.
Well, there was an Asian guy that got up here and basically called out all Black people and dared us to stop supporting Asian communities. And then once that went into effect and the Black community has in fact started doing that, there has been a lot of businesses suffering. And then there was another guy that came up here, and if you guys know the accounts, tag me, because I don't remember, but I know it's across my FYP. It was another guy that came up here and basically was like, how dare you Black people stop supporting us? How dare you do this and how dare you do that? And my thing is, that's exactly what was asked of us. We was dared to do it. We was told to stop. It was almost as if it was a threat. It was almost as if we needed, you know what I'm saying, the Asian community. And the crazy thing is, I love everybody that loves me. I don't have no hate in my heart for nobody. You know what I'm saying? But it's like when you put everybody in a group together and then everyone act on that in that said group, don't get mad at the outcome. You can't sit there and dare somebody to do something as if it was a requirement that we needed you guys. And then when we're acting on it, now you're trying to wonder why we do it, why we did it, you know? And then and the crazy thing is, we're putting money back into our own community. Because if you guys don't know, that's exactly what we was doing before until it was taken away. It was taken away from us, you know? So yeah, like, it's damn if we do, damn if we don't. We was dared to do it. We did it. We're still doing it, and it's not going to stop. And then it's like, oh, okay, now we did it. That's still a problem.
So I made a video about the Black community boycotting the Asian community because of what happened with Rick Chow. And let me just say that a lot of the comments on that video were asking why I would be talking about Black business when I'm not Black. Yes, that's very obvious. I'm not Black. But what's going on within society affects everybody. So I'm gonna fucking speak on it, whether you fucking like it or not. Because if we didn't speak about it, you'd be complaining about that. How come you're not talking about that? How come you're not raising hell about this? And if
Nabisco, we all need to speaking on our fucking business. This is the fucking entitlement of these motherfuckers. But let's let the video continue.
we talk about it, it's stay out of our fucking business. Like I said, this is happening within society, so it affects everybody. So we're going to speak on it. You can't just fucking pick and choose. And I'm still going to say it. Both sides are acting petty. You know, how are you going to...
How you feel about it? Welcome back, Shabaka. It's down to Bisco talking crazy. Talking about he going to speak on it regardless. Because he got checked. Because people was like, you're not Black. What are you doing speaking on our issues?
Blame a whole group of people because of what one fucking guy did. Come on. Grow the fuck up.
Yes, there is an Asian boycott going on because the man killed an innocent Black boy who was found to have had nothing. Didn't steal a thing. Left the backpack where he told him, still chased him and shot him. You know what? That's not the first time it happened, though, because in 1991, the exact same thing happened to a 15-year-old Black girl. Then you're talking about white people wearing bonnets. You mean the same thing we were called ghetto for, the same thing we were talked down for, the same thing the internet drug us for, same language that y'all like to call slang that y'all used to drag us for, mock mock us for, say we were dumb and illiterate for speaking, just for us to do it so long, even after y'all talked about us, that y'all started doing it y'all self. You get what I'm saying? That's what you're not understanding. You went from calling me racist because I explained the history of racism, because I explained the history of Black people, because I explained the history of Ebonics, to talking about the things that a lot of Black people are doing. I have not mentioned an Asian boycott once. I have not mentioned bonnets once. You're just doing what a lot of white people do, which is try to be racist and undermine the Black experience. And when you're called out for it, then you want to start bringing up everything that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, except the fact that Black people are involved. And in doing that, you're really telling on yourself, but y'all do that just so you can justify disrespecting a race of people over not understanding. And no, I won't say all white people, because it's not all white people. All white people don't choose to try to dismantle the history that we know to be true. All white people don't choose to constantly disrespect Black people by trying to tell them that they did not go through what they went through, just to try to take the style that was developed through the oppression and tell us that it does not belong to us. Y'all push that oppression on us. The oppression belongs to us, but the style that came out of it is for everybody. All white people do not try to sit up and take the culture, the hairstyles, the likeness of Black people and then tell Black people to suck it up and that they don't own it. There are most definitely white people in the world who can identify and associate with Black culture without trying to oppress Black people. There are, most definitely, just not you. The same thing that started this was Ebonics. You know what Ebonics is? Ebony phonics, that they turned into ABE. You know why it's African American Vernacular English? Because even though it's classified as English, they wanted to be able to say those niggers did that, not us. That's what it is. And that's really what you're saying. I sat up and I explained it to you. I was very nice. Then I told you about the history of white people. And once again, if it does not apply, let it fly. If you are not racist like your ancestors, if you do not hate Black people, if you're not trying to oppress Black people, then it has nothing to do with you. But you are so hit. You have been hollering for the past, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, and every single comment you leave, I'm going to respond, because I'm never going to be one of those Black people that sit up and let a white person disrespect them, their history, and their heritage. I can respect you, but I will never respect you until you can respect me. You know why? Because you have a history of disrespecting not only white people and everybody else, but you think I'm supposed to bow down and allow you to tell me what we do and do not own, even though those same people who named it African American Vernacular English knew one thing that you don't. It is our language. So no, my friend, you are the one refusing to accept the reality. And do you know why? Because you've never had to.
You know, this Asian situation has reminded me of something someone said. It went along the lines of history respects hostile people who are successful, not niceness, not hospitality, not humility. I mean, otherwise Africans would be on top, because we're one race that's been known for hospitality, right? It's embedded in our culture. So, in consideration of the gist of that statement, history respects hostile people who are successful. I think I understand why Asians treat us this way. Hell, why everybody treats us this way. Because we have never waged war with any race out of the blue. Never. Not once. However, our palm-colored friends have thrown Nagasaki's, Hiroshima's at them, subjected them to hostility of colonization, but for some reason they're still revered, admired. Hell, all Asians want to be like them. Do you understand? If Africans had done the same thing but succeeded at it, I think the whole world would respect us. So, Africans, get yourself in some chaos, and succeed at it. Maybe, you never know, maybe we might get out of this hatred we don't know how we got into.
The Asian and the Black community need to be more united, because all I'm seeing right now is talk of boycotting Asian shops. And what that's doing is it's creating further divide. Asians are seeing this and they're being robbed the wrong way and saying things back, which is now creating further divide, which is not what we want. From young, some of our best friends are Asian, some of our other best friends are Black. We don't care. We're all happy, we're just together, we're having fun. Black and Asian communities, they're like this. They're tight, they're united. And you'd see a Jamaican man in a Pakistani shop and you see the Pakistani man in a Jamaican shop. But at the end of the day, we're all ethnic minorities. Our communities might be different and we might go through different struggles, but we share some of the same struggles. So we should be united. Even with our community's culture, we might be very different, but we also share some similar things. You might see an Asian-owned shop and a Black-owned shop selling the exact same spices. But that doesn't mean you should go to one and not the other. Whatever's convenient for you, just go to. There should be more unity. It makes sense. We're all minorities at the end of the day, no matter whose pocket you're putting money into.
So they're not apologetic about anything. They're just pissed off at you. Because how dare you, Black people? So you remember we talked about last night about the collective self-esteem of Black America and how Black America for a very long time had this low self-esteem. That's why you beg for coalitions. You beg because you always wanted a friend. You always want a friend. If anybody just acknowledge you, you're like, oh my God, it's great, right? And now what's happening and what I have been seeing happening, which is a beautiful thing, mind you, your collective self-esteem is starting to raise. And when your collective self-esteem starts to raise, you're like, I don't need nobody. I'm good. Man, I got my community. What I need from them? Man, we got a whole $2 trillion that we make as a collective. Well, I don't need nothing from none of y'all. That's when you understand your power. That's when you understand your high collective self-esteem. Once you understand that you are the culture, not a culture, you're the culture. That's what also, like me, for example, you know why I don't worry about, oh man, maybe I do some stuff to maybe cross over and try to I don't have to cross over crap. You know why I don't have to cross over anything? Because I am part of the culture. Everybody want to be a part of the culture. I don't have to go chase nobody else's culture. All these different countries throughout the world is copying my culture. We're not copying theirs.
That's a fact.
That's what it is. In a lot of these Asian countries, what hairstyles are they trying to do? Our hairstyles. What music are they trying to do? Our music. Look, K-pop, it comes directly from our music. They do hip hop in Japan. They do all these different places. They doing us. We're not doing them. We're not walking around with no kimonos or nothing else over here in America. Right. We are the trendsetters. We are the culture. And they get mad. Oh, Black Americans think they're main characters because we are the main character.
Right.
That's why a lot of you don't like us. And we're not even trying to be. That's the interesting part. We're not trying to be the main character. It's just in us to be the main character. Main character energy, whatever it is. Even the folks don't like that about us. That they got all this power and everything they have, and they still not the main character. They still looked at as lame. And the only time they even get halfway some acknowledgement is when they mimicking us. Yep. You can go all the way back to Elvis Presley, to whoever. They got to copy and mimic who we are because we are the culture. Right. We are the salt of America. Take us away from America and you have nothing.
Right.
And them folks can't stand us for that either. But they know they don't want us gone either. And see how the sisters talking about how some of them responding about they pissed off. But at the same time, they like, well, when they gonna stop spend money with us? That's how the folks feel too. They are angry and upset with us all the time. But at the same time, they can't take a boycott from us either. Listen, Dr. King showed us one good year. One good year. That's or it could be permanent, but one good year boycott, sustained boycott. They will change laws and it will break businesses. One good year, one sustained year. That's all. And listen, if we do one sustained year and make an example, then these other groups will be like, yeah, let me go ahead on and leave them alone. I may not like them, but yeah. And see, at that point, remember we talked about last night how, the ADL and how they move and things like that. See, that's moving like them. Yep. That's a economic punishment.
Yep, that's what Maxwell was saying.
And Dr. King taught us that long time ago, and we don't use it enough. We don't got to go out there and commit no crime. We got to do nothing to nobody. All we got to do is say, hey, word on the street and everything what we doing right now, we ain't supporting you. We ain't supporting you. No.
I saw this thing online of how the Black people are not going to these salons or this. They are seriously boycotting these Asian people. We are not funding them anymore. It's empty. Look at this. I thought it was a joke. Ain't nobody in there. Wow. Look at this. They are not playing. Talking all of that shit about the niggas, and the niggas ain't going in there to buy you nothing. Wow, I thought it was a joke, but they are not playing with these Asian people. Ain't nobody in there saying they don't need the black dollar.
I know there's a lot of hatred or boycotting between the Asian Americans and the Black Americans due to a lot of craziness happening. Instead of boycotting, I think it's completely useless. I actually think we should do the opposite. We should invite Black people to Asian business and vice versa. Invite Asian people to Black business owners. We need to build more of a community so we can prevent these kind of terrible incidents that's happening amongst each other. I don't know about you, but hatred can never be solved with more hatred. You know what I'm saying? It's only forgiveness and love that really heals and connects all of us. Yes, just my thought.
I am speaking specifically to the Asian community right now. We need to stop pretending like anti-Blackness does not exist in our community, as if it's not a problem, because it is. We see it in the stereotypes that get repeated in our homes, in the way some people talk about Black communities, the excuses people make when Black people are harmed, and in the silence that follows when accountability is needed. The response for some Asian Americans for the killing of Cyrus Carmack Belton has been deeply disappointing. Instead of centering a 14-year-old Black child who lost his life, some people rushed to defend Rick Chow, justify the shooting, or shift blame onto Cyrus himself. That should disturb all of us. We cannot keep demanding solidarity from other communities when anti-Blackness within our own community goes unchallenged. We cannot talk about the racism Asian Americans face while refusing to acknowledge prejudice that exists in our own families and social circles. The model minority myth has convinced some Asian Americans that proximity to whiteness will protect us. It will not. That myth was created to divide communities of color and to encourage us to see ourselves as separate from the struggles of Black Americans. When we buy into the mentality, we become participants in a system that harms all of us. Accountability is not anti-Asian. Calling out anti-Blackness is not anti-Asian. Using to excuse harmful behavior because the person involved is Asian is not anti-Asian. It is the bare minimum. If we are serious about justice, then we need to be willing to confront uncomfortable truths about our own community. That means challenging anti-Black comments when we hear them. That means rejecting stereotypes. That means listening when Black people tell us about their experiences. And that means recognizing that solidarity is a commitment. It is not a slogan that you wear, that you can just slap on whatever you want. Cyrus Carmack Belton deserved to grow up. He deserved to be safe. He deserved better than the assumptions and the fears that ended his life. As Asian Americans, we have a responsibility to confront anti-Blackness wherever it exists, including within our community.
So in the midst of the boycotting, a lot of Asians are beginning to show their reactions and how they have been feeling about this boycott. And apart from that, some of them are not even coming directly or being apologetic about it. No, they are actually trying to manipulate or make like the Black Americans feel like they are doing something wrong, when all they are doing is trying so hard to make sure that they are respected and they are safe. Because they have said it severally that they do not like how they are being treated. And then before you know it, the whole issue happened where a Black boy went into an Asian store. And before you know it, he's no longer with us right now. And now Black Americans have said, since it has gotten to the point of us feeling unsafe or something actually happening to us, then we no longer want to go into the stores anymore. And let's even not talk about the whole disrespect that Black Americans have talked about facing. Yes, they have said it severally that they have faced a lot of disrespect in the Asian stores. That whenever they walk into the Asian stores, they are always being tagged as people who came there maybe to like pick up things without making payments and all. You know, the fact that this whole generalizing has been happening for a long time. And this one time, Black Americans are saying, okay, all the Asian-owned businesses, we are boycotting them. And for some reason, they have forgotten that they have been generalizing Black Americans for the longest. And this one time, when Black Americans said, okay, let's bring this thing down to the community for a minute, it's now a problem. Black Americans all of a sudden are now the ones making the news every single time about this whole boycotting. Is it supposed to be a problem if somebody decides to stop going to a store? I think I've given this illustration before, but I'm going to say it again. Now, imagine that person A and person B have a store differently. And then person C goes into person A's store and realizes that person A doesn't treat him or her well, right? And person C one day goes into person B's store and realizes that person B is always so nice and the customer service is excellent. And person C decides, okay, I will stop going to person A store and I will continue going to person B store because person B is the one who understands me better. And for some reason, person A decides that they're going to make a fuse, or he is going to make a fuse about person C not coming to his store. When in the first place, he didn't treat person C well. What do you expect person C to do? What exactly do you expect this person to do? That's exactly what is happening. Black Americans want to redirect their funds to the Black American communities because the Asians have gotten this fund for a long time. And they have decided, since you're not valuing our funds, you're not giving us the respect that we deserve, even while you're getting our money, then let's bring it down to the people who understand us better. And that is the Black Americans. Okay? So I hope with this, you have been able to understand exactly what is happening. Thanks so much for watching my videos. Thanks for watching this one. And of course, you know it. I'll see you again.
We got down tether. All right, what are your thoughts, Shabaka, on the Asian boycott?
Okay, yeah, well, we need to keep it up. Put them out of business. Put them in a cardboard box. You know what I'm saying? Have them standing on the side of the freeway expressway saying they'll work for food.
Right, right.
Seriously. See, because they are not going to get the fucking message. You see what I'm saying? Until they go through that. But keep in mind, the Asians have a more of a cohesiveness. We do. Black people here in the U.S., they have more cohesiveness more than Africans on the continent. Actually, they got a cohesiveness is pretty much that's kind of unique by its own right. And keep in mind, you never hear about Asians talking about other Asians on public media.
Yep, that's true.
Whatever conflict they got, they keep it internal. You see what I'm saying? They keep it internal. And I would imagine that's a part of their culture. But us, we do the exact fucking opposite. And they come get our money and use it against us. You see? And then as soon as we say something like that, oh, well, there's just... Now we lost what?
I was just going to say, finish your thought, because we're about to get into the AI.
Yeah. So that's my thought on that. Okay, artificial intelligence is dangerous.
Yeah, so I got several clips lined up about the AI. It's crazy. The first one is the nerd rank. Like the third rank. But now it's the nerd rank. So this author by the name of Durán that wrote a book on big tech fascism. And he's going to give us an update on that. Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, and the War on Democracy. This Nabisco goes off. He goes off.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what this clown is talking about.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Angelique Comment.
The Nerd Reich, Silicon Valley Fascism and the War on Democracy. That's the name of a new book by our next guest, the journalist Gil Durán. The book looks at how tech billionaires, including Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, are pushing what Durán calls tech fascism. Gil Durán also documents how Thiel had played a pivotal role in J.D. Vance's rise to power. Durán writes, quote, Vance is almost entirely a creation of Thiel, who bankrolled his brief stint as a Silicon Valley venture capitalist and United States senator. With Vance at Trump's side, Silicon Valley had one of their own in the White House, a tech venture capitalist one heartbeat away from the presidency.
Gil Durán joins us here in New York. He's the former opinion editor of the Sacramento Bee and editorial page editor at the San Francisco Examiner. He now publishes two newsletters, the Nerd Reich and Frame Lab. Welcome to Democracy Now! So let's start with the title, The Nerd Reich, Silicon Valley Fascism and the War on Democracy. Why'd you choose it?
Well, in 2024, I wrote a series for the New Republic about the extremist ideological beliefs coming out of Silicon Valley. And after I'd written a story that went really viral and got me under attack by one of these guys, someone reached out to me from the crypto world and said, you know, we've been calling these guys the Nerd Reich for years. And that blew my mind. And I saw that no one was really using that title. And so I rebranded my newsletter, which had some boring other name, as the Nerd Reich. And that became the main message of it. But I thought it was amazing that from within their own community, this was a label that was applied to them. People understood it was fascist and was echoing Nazism in nature.
But I want to just say, the billionaire tech bros, as they are known, another name for them, haven't always been the way they are now. In fact, when Trump was first coming into office, talk about how they have changed.
During the first Trump administration, we saw something called Tech Against Trump, where there were all these tech companies standing up to Trump, filing lawsuits, opposing his crackdowns on immigration. This time around, it's completely different.
He was removed from X.
Yeah, removed from X. Facebook banned him. Now we see the opposite happening. I think what happened is that Trump was able to tap into some undercurrents in Silicon Valley with his return to power. Billionaires had become radicalized by the Me Too movement, by Occupy, by the Black Lives Matter movement, and then by the pandemic. And so when Trump is able to return to power, they are now in a very different mentality. They've made billions and billions of more dollars. They're even more against taxes and government, even though government is generally the basis for many of their fortunes. And so now we see a complete alignment behind Trump. In fact, Trump is being funded and supported by Silicon Valley. He wouldn't be able to do the things he's doing without the billions of dollars he's raking in open crypto corruption.
You know, in the epigraph to your book, you quote Peter Thiel from 2010. So in a way, they've changed, but this also goes back and has a longer history. And the end of that quote is, technology is this incredible alternative to politics. Can you talk about what he meant by that and what that means in terms of the kind of influence Peter Thiel has?
And who he is.
Yeah. Some billionaires appear to have changed, but Peter Thiel hasn't really changed. He's been right-wing for a very long time. Peter Thiel was born in Germany, came to the United States as a child, went to Stanford, became a lawyer, studied philosophy, and then got very lucky to be in Silicon Valley in the late 1990s as things were about to take off. Exactly. In 1997, he read a book called The Sovereign Individual, which predicted that in the 21st century, technology would overthrow democracy, specifically something called cybercurrency, or what we would today call crypto, which would undermine government authority, and advanced automation, which we would call AI, which would collapse the economy by destroying most jobs and concentrating wealth in the hands of a savvy few that were called the sovereign individual. And Peter Thiel has credited this crazy book with being the inspiration for PayPal, which he says was an effort to get ahead of this digital currency. It didn't quite work out that way, but it made him a billionaire eventually because it provided the basis for his fortune. And he's been able to use his money to grow this influential cult of right-wing ideas in Silicon Valley, which, by the way, they were always there. This libertarian, it was called, vibe coming out of Silicon Valley in the 80s and the 90s. There were a handful of writers who wrote about it then. But what we've learned is these guys were never libertarians. They just wanted to be in charge of the government. They weren't against the government unless they don't get to be the government. So now that they are the government, we see with their true face, they're fascists and they're authoritarians.
You know, you tell the story in the book, a remarkable story of a group of these billionaire tech bros. It's not just Peter Thiel, it's several other men. Can you talk about some of these other characters that you talk about? And what is their crusade against democracy?
They have this idea, largely stemming from this Sovereign Individual book, that technology means democracy is an obsolete software system, that the United States is an obsolete country, that it won't survive the 21st century. And I want to say, I know this sounds crazy to people, but much of my book is told in the words of these men, in podcasts and interviews and long essays they write about it. And their problem with democracy is that they don't get to have all the power.
So you didn't have to get secret documents. I mean, you have some remarkable statements in this book. You have Balaji Srinivasan and also Curtis Yarvin. And Curtis Yarvin, I believe, talking about, in an early blog post perhaps, talking about San Francisco and what to do with the poor.
Yeah, so this idea is that they've got, some call it the network state. Curtis Yarvin called it patchworks. Part of their apocalyptic vision for the future is that the country will be broken up. It will no longer be one country. It'll be broken up into these sort of corporate zones or fiefdoms called patchworks or network states. And the new governing structure will be these autocratic, dictator-like corporations that will have total power over their citizens. Yarvin wrote that they could even turn unproductive people into biodiesel to fuel city buses. But he said he was just kidding about that, but that what we really need for the poor is an humane alternative to genocide. So these are the kinds of ideas you see. And what's disturbing is that Balaji Srinivasan, another Peter Thiel protege, because Curtis Yarvin is funded by Peter Thiel, that's the only reason anyone's ever heard of him, goes on to create this idea called the network state, which is a more startup-friendly version of this, that corporations and billionaires should fund their own cities and countries. And we're seeing that grow.
Let's go to Curtis Yarvin in his own words at the Institute of Art and Ideas, where he explained why he supports monarchical system of government.
Let's debunk this concept of liberal democracy. There's actually no such thing. Democracy in today's world just means a good or legitimate government. It means a claim to a legitimate government. Just because you call yourself a democracy doesn't mean anything. North Korea calls itself the DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That is 3 euphemisms for democracy, 1 place name, and it's a monarchy. Anything that works is a monarchy. So, for example, if you take your iPhone and you look at the box that your iPhone comes in, it says designed by Apple in California, manufactured in China. So that is 2 monarchies. Apple has a CEO and China has a dictator, and 1 oligarchy, which is the government of California, which is, by the way, basically a single party state. There are no longer competitive elections in California. So when you try to imagine the state of California in which I live, trying to build an iPhone or design an iPhone, the concept is ridiculous.
Let's go back to 2021 when J.D. Vance, then a candidate in Ohio for U.S. Senate, appeared on the conservative Jack Murphy Live podcast. Murphy asked Vance how to root out so-called wokeism from American institutions.
There's this guy, Curtis Yarvin, who's written about some of these things. And so one is to basically accept that this entire thing is going to fall in on itself, right? I tend to think that we should seize the institutions of the left and turn them against the left, right? We need like a de-Bathification program, but like a de-wokeification program in the United States, right?
So that was J.D. Vance back in 2021. The latest news is out of the Washington Post that President Donald Trump recently told donors in private that he wants to see his vice president, J.D. Vance, win the 2028 presidential election, a sign that he's open to publicly backing J.D. Vance. There's been this kind of war between J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. But talk about the significance of this. And as you said, J.D. Vance being a creation of Peter Thiel.
J.D. Vance is a dangerous extremist who embraces a set of ideas that should put a chill down the spine of every American. He went on in that interview to say that Donald Trump would likely win the 2024 election, and that when he did, he should purge the federal government, just like Yarvin had recommended. And in fact, he should defy the courts and the law and challenge the Supreme Court justices to force him to follow their dictates. It's pretty amazing that you have a man on the political stage in the White House, a heartbeat away from the presidency, who has espoused such radically anti-American ideas. And I think people need to understand the degree to which he is so closely related to Peter Thiel. We wouldn't have a J.D. Vance without a Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is even the reason that J.D. Vance converted to Catholicism. He's the reason J.D. Vance became a venture capitalist and a millionaire.
How did they hook up?
Peter Thiel likes to go around speaking to schools and graduate schools. And in 2011, he went to Yale Law School and gave a speech. And J.D. Vance said it was one of the most significant moments of his life, and that Peter Thiel was one of the most intelligent people he'd ever heard. And basically, that speech convinced him to not be a lawyer and instead to become a venture capitalist. And at every step of J.D. Vance's life since then, it has been Peter Thiel who has made him who he is, who has essentially created him whole cloth.
And it's not just J.D. Vance, right? I mean, it's Bloomberg, I think, reported that 16 people connected to Thiel are in the Trump administration. Can you talk about, what kind of effect this has had in terms of policies? Like, when we hear these ideas, they sound a little outlandish, to say the least. It's hard to see them being translated into policy, but then what we've been living over the past 2 years, you're seeing a lot of this coming to fruition. So can you talk about, Doge, for example, or the, mass layoffs at federal jobs, what happened to USAID, and where those ideas came from?
The main argument of Curtis Yarvin for a long time has been that a president should act as a dictator. And one of the ways to cement this dictator's power is to purge the federal government of anyone who is unwilling to follow the orders of the dictator, basically to destroy the civil service. In addition, this is almost 20 years ago, he recommended that the United States pretty much destroy its diplomatic standing in the world and eliminate international aid programs. We saw all of that happen during Doge. In fact, Yarvin had updated his idea to say that it should be a CEO who the president should install as a dictator to run rampant over the federal government. And Doge was an almost perfect expression of that. So these ideas that used to be—
What did Curtis call it? Rage?
He called it rage, retire all government employees. So even the 4-letter all caps acronym is an echo of Yarvin. And these are ideas that were on an anonymous, weird blog, marginal in Silicon Valley 15 years ago, and have now become policy under the Trump administration. Because when you're a billionaire, you have the power to impose these crazy ideas on everyone else. And that's what's happening. Peter Thiel's entire inner circle has infiltrated government at the same time that the Trump family is now becoming tech venture capitalists and crypto cartel moguls. There's this joining of forces. The corporate is becoming the state, and both of it's combined with apocalyptic religious movements. And that is the heart of fascism.
Where does Elon Musk fit into this picture?
Elon Musk and Peter Thiel go way back to PayPal. They started it together. They've had some tensions.
The so-called PayPal mafia.
The so-called PayPal mafia. But you'll note that Peter Thiel's considered the godfather of the PayPal mafia, even though Elon Musk is the wealthiest man in the world. Musk is certainly aware of these ideas. And when he was thinking of starting his own political party after he left Doge, he consulted with Curtis Yarvin about how to do that and what the party should say. So here's Yarvin, who knows nothing about anything, but he's considered a genius by these billionaires, largely because he tells them what they want to hear. So Elon Musk is clearly radicalized, is clearly open to these ideas. I'm not sure that he reads a lot about these things as much as he just believes the basic idea behind this, which is that wealthy white technologists should be the ruler of the world and then the galaxy and the universe. This is the cosmology coming out of Silicon Valley these days.
Where do women and people of color fit into this picture?
At the bottom of the hierarchy, if they exist at all. Look at what's happening with the USAID cuts. A targeted hit delivered against the poorest people in the world by the richest man in the world, with millions of people projected to die. These billionaires who promise abundance because of AI, well, we already have abundance, and we're not sharing it. Look at what they're doing to the poorest people today. And if you listen to the apocalyptic visions that AI will kill all jobs and transform everything, they say that, well, don't worry, everyone will get a share of the extreme universal wealth that's created. But that's not what we're seeing today. And we can't really believe that when they say that. Fascism is about imposing a hierarchy, a moral order. And white, wealthy Western men are at the top of that moral order in fascism.
What is tech fascism?
Tech fascism is like classic fascism in most respects. It's a cult of grievance and self-victimization that seeks to return to a mythical greatness by purging its demonized enemies, using propaganda focused on law and order, gender and sexuality, in order to impose a permanent hierarchical structure on the world. This hierarchy is what they consider the moral order of the world. And in their idea, it's basically that rich white men should rule the world and the universe, and that's the way things should be.
It's very interesting. At the end of his presidential term, President Biden warned about the tech billionaires. Talk about what he said.
In his final speech as president, Biden said that the democracy was in danger from what he called a tech industrial complex that had become radicalized and powerful and that was rising in our midst. And it's not clear why he waited till his final speech to warn everybody, because this thing was growing in plain sight for a few years. But I start my book with that because I want people to understand this is not just one journalist with a newsletter saying this. This is something that the president of the United States declared in his final speech, clearly intending to warn people about what was coming. And a few days later, Elon Musk stood behind the presidential seal at an inaugural event for Trump and threw a Hitler salute. And we've seen the rest of this regime since then follow these terrifying, scary contours of history with masked armed goons roaming around, targeting immigrants, people being prosecuted for protesting, etc. So I think that the president's warning was important, but it came far too late.
Yet many of these same tech billionaires had supported President Obama before. What changed their mind and sort of cemented this fascist turn?
It was in their interest at the time because Democrats had power. And look, no one should be happier than the tech billionaires. They have won our system. They have all the money. They have tremendous influence and power. A lot of these guys like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and David Sachs, they're immigrants. They weren't even born here. They came to our country and they became massively successful and wealthy. And now they're full of anger and they feel like it's not enough and they want more. And with Trump, they see now in their own self-interest, or so they think, the opportunity to completely change how our country works, to disrupt democracy. This is largely what venture capitalists do. They bet on disruptive technologies that can provide a massive return of some kind in terms of profit. And they've bet on Trump and on fascism as a way to destroy democracy and make sure billionaires don't have to worry about other people and the threat of the vote in the future. That's very much the project they're working on.
Talk about the men who stood behind President Trump and how unusual it was in his second inauguration.
Definitely. You had Mark Zuckerberg, who had previously banned Trump from Facebook at his inauguration. You had the head of Google, Sundar Pichai, there. You had Elon Musk, which is really no surprise. Jeff Bezos, who for many years seemed like a heroic guy to some people, the guy who was going to save the Washington Post. And now it's become the opposite of that. The Washington Post editorial page, which in normal times would be a watchdog against corruption and excess, is now a lapdog for Donald Trump's regime.
Of course, it was Bezos who intervened when they were going to endorse Kamala Harris and said there would be no endorsement.
Yeah, that's where it started. And we've seen the results since then. It's hard to even recognize the Post. I mean, they're good reporters there on the news side still, but the editorial page has become a complete lapdog for Donald Trump. And this is how that works. That's money chasing power and power chasing money.
So, for example, how does Zuckerberg change?
Zuckerberg is just doing what he thinks is his own self-interest. I see Zuckerberg largely as a follower. The thing to keep in mind about Zuckerberg, though, is that the first major investor in Facebook was Peter Thiel. Wherever you look in the story of how Silicon Valley billionaires have become radicalized against democracy, you find the influence of Peter Thiel lurking not far away. If Kamala Harris had won the election, we would see an entirely different behavior out of these people. You know, they would be promoting diversity and putting people of color in important positions and espousing progressive values. But now the mask is fully off, and we see what these people truly are. You can't go this hard in favor of an authoritarian regime and expect to ever recover your reputation. So they're kind of locked in now, which makes them desperate and I think makes them more dangerous.
And who do they turn to for inspiration? Who are the world leaders in other countries that inspire them? And they've also set their sights beyond the United States as well. There are projects in Honduras and Greenland.
Yeah, I mean, they love authoritarianism, because it's more, especially authoritarianism that is open to capital investment where you can buy what you want. I mean, it was Mark Zuckerberg who asked the dictator of China to name his child and he refused. I mean, this is bizarre behavior from a tech CEO. In Honduras, though, they've created this project called Prospera, which is supposed to be this new territory, a wannabe nation where they make their own rules, laws, and regulations. And you're starting to see this idea pop up in different parts of the world. There's one now being built in Kazakhstan where the government plans a crypto megacity. And this comes from this same group of ideas, which some call the network state cult. This idea that we should invest in creating new territories that will become independent countries in the 21st century and give all of these billionaires escape routes when their prophesied apocalyptic collapse of democratic nations takes place. And Trump himself has promised to build 10 new freedom cities in the United States. These would be new private cities built by corporations on federal land. It was part of his 2024 platform. And what was interesting to me in my reporting was that though people like Politico and others reported superficially that Trump had promised to build these cities, no one has ever explained what's a freedom city, why do we need freedom cities, and where does the idea come from? It comes from these crazy, radical Silicon Valley network state ideas.
Can you talk about Peter Thiel, both as founder of PayPal, but then Palantir, and the role Palantir has played, how it's been used by militaries, domestic and foreign, for example, to spy on people?
What's interesting about Peter Thiel is that for many years, people described him as a libertarian. But for most of the time that Peter Thiel's been in the public eye, he's actually been a government surveillance and military intelligence contractor through Palantir, a company named after this all-seeing stone wielded by an evil wizard in The Lord of the Rings. And Palantir has quickly become one of the most well-known and I'd say most hated tech companies in the country because it's being embedded in the military, in intelligence, in ICE operations, and is part of this massive surveillance apparatus coming out of Silicon Valley that is now partnering with an authoritarian regime. And something interesting about Peter Thiel, back in 2010, he gave a speech in which he said government was fundamentally evil. And this guy, he's talking to a group of libertarians. He's a government surveillance contractor, which is about as far away from the libertarian idea as you can get. And so what you see is a group of men who opposed government until they saw the chance to claim government power for themselves. And Palantir is raking in billions of dollars in government contracts under Donald Trump as Silicon Valley pumps billions of dollars into the Trump family. It's a tower. Technology has proved to be a weapon of mass corruption in Washington. If you look at how much the crypto cartels are spending in our elections, they're now the biggest spender in politics. 10 years ago, they weren't even in existence in the political game.
Explain what they are.
Yeah. Crypto is a fake digital wannabe currency that's mostly useful for scams, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and crime, and gambling. And a very small percentage of Americans use crypto, less than 20%. Pew reported a few years ago it was 14%. But they are now the biggest moneyed force in American politics, basically holding our political system hostage by promising to spend tens of millions of dollars against any politician who dares to challenge crypto and doesn't support crypto in any way. This would be like if a drug cartel suddenly entered American politics and threatened anybody who refused to legalize cocaine or heroin. This is what we're watching here, yet it's become completely normalized.
And how does President Trump and his family fit into that picture?
President Trump spent years describing crypto as a scam against the dollar. And on the day he returned to the White House, he became a crypto billionaire. And he is now the country's crypto bro in chief. His entire family is cashing in with Bitcoin mining, with coin scams. Even Melania had a coin that sucked money out of dummies and then enriched the Trump family. So it's amazing. At one point, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Trump family's fortune had increased by $5 billion thanks to crypto. But because crypto is so scammy and volatile, it's now down to about 1.2, I think, in today's news reporting.
I want to go back to Palantir. You were banned from X for criticizing Palantir. Can you talk about what happened?
In April, I was banned from X for criticizing Palantir's manifesto that they published as fascism. I just said TLDR fascism. Too long, didn't read fascism. But that follows a weird trend. The year before, Facebook banned links from my newsletter from being posted. And when I asked why, a representative said it's because I write about the network state and I criticize tech figures, which was an amazing thing for a rep from Facebook to say. And after that got media attention, they reversed it. I was also banned by X when Elon Musk first bought it. And right now, YouTube is threatening to take down my little podcast because I'm being targeted by a campaign of false copyright claims, which is a tactic that's emerging now. You can pay people, often emanating out of India, to just file constant copyright strikes, and YouTube's answer to this problem is to just remove your channel permanently. And by Saturday, we're supposed to be offline. So I think my book is upsetting some people.
ABC reported last week that a Trump-appointed national bank regulator granted a wing of the Trump family's crypto business conditional approval to establish a bank charter, opening the door to larger clients and potentially heightened profits. The decision marks the first time in U.S. history that a company owned by the sitting president's family has been granted bank status.
A weapon of mass corruption. That's what crypto is. We're basically living right now in a crypto banana republic. And it's not clear why any Democrat or any Republican, for that matter, who loves this country is supporting crypto, taking crypto, legitimizing crypto. If you look at the history of crypto, it is openly designed as a way to undermine government authority and power. It was seen by cypherpunks as a way to escape from democracy, from rules, and from law. So why now do we have the president and his family starting a crypto bank, going into cryptocurrencies? You know, people are losing millions and billions of dollars to these scams. And, you know, it used to be that crypto was only useful for drug dealing, human trafficking, gambling, and crime. Now it's being used to buy power in order to break the country. And I think there has to be a real reckoning with the role of this pernicious technology that is so, I mean, the corruption is so staggering, it's almost hard to explain in words.
So the question is, where does government fit into this picture? You quoted President Biden's last speech warning about the tech bro industry complex, the technology industry complex, or tech. But what are Democrats doing right now in Congress, and what are Republicans doing?
Largely not going after the Silicon Valley oligarchs who are behind Trump. You know, a lot of people are attacking Trump and criticizing his family, criticizing Vance, but we don't see a lot of direct criticism of these billionaires who are enabling the entire thing. The way I look at it, Donald Trump is being paid billions of dollars to do these things, right? When's the last time we had a president make billions of dollars while in office? This is direct transfer, including from foreign governments that are buying into and investing in his companies to curry favor. I think we need to see Democrats speaking directly against billionaire power, against tech billionaire power, against the crypto takeover of our country. You see all these Democrats trying to say, oh, AI innovation, Silicon Valley innovation. Those are outdated talking points. Silicon Valley is no longer about innovation. Silicon Valley is about fascism and a race to control the future. And that future will not be good for most people. And it's the job of our elected officials, especially on the Democratic side of things, to stand up for the people. There are a few people doing it. You see Bernie Sanders, James Tallarico, Jasmine Crockett, and others who have spoken directly to this, Chris Murphy, Ron Wyden. But people like Gavin Newsom and others are suspiciously avoiding any critique of Silicon Valley. And I don't think we can have that going forward. People are waking up to this threat. We see it all across the country. And we need politicians who match the energy of the people, or we need those people to be the new politicians.
I mean, we're seeing this massive movement against data centers, right? Across the country, people are opposing data centers. What's happening in Silicon Valley? Is there some resistance to this massive takeover and this kind of ideology?
A little bit, nothing too noteworthy. Most of the resistance is coming from communities that are being targeted by data centers, that are being targeted by Palantir surveillance and fascism aided by ICE. You see people resisting and rising up. There are also movements like Purge Palantir, which is boycotting any company that has Palantir products, raising awareness of the role of this company in our government and putting a lot of pressure on the company. Same thing is happening to Flock Surveillance, where people are starting to militate against putting these big brother facial recognition, license plate recognition cameras in every aspect of our lives. So you see people waking up to that. And it's not just Democrats, by the way. It's also Republicans and independents. And it's also people who are not activists. It's people who are just becoming activated by the threat of this alien invasion of our country by these surveillance mad, power hungry billionaires. And it's pretty inspiring to watch. It's the grassroots, and I think the politics are going to have to catch up with that.
As we begin to wrap up, what is missing from the whole debate around artificial intelligence?
The question is why we are pursuing this idea that we have this dangerous technology that is going to kill all of our jobs and potentially wipe out all of humanity. This is the marketing of the AI industry itself. And why is that being made to seem inevitable? I don't think it's inevitable at all. I think we have the right to reject this dystopian future that's being imposed on us. How does it make sense to destroy our economy to enrich a handful of oligarchs who are already wealthy and whose wealth has driven them insane and hasn't made them very happy? You know, we have this problem where it's becoming a competition between democracy and capitalism and which one is more important. You know, even before the tech bros came along, we were destroying the planet for a handful of fossil fuel companies. How does that make any sense? There has to be a different way to do this. And the same thing with AI. AI is being marketed as this destructive, terrifying force, and we all have to invest in it and adopt it or else. And I don't think it has to be that way. And I think people need to push back harder on a policy level and stop trying to ingratiate themselves to the AI moguls, which is largely what's happening now. Even the best politicians among us are playing along with this idea that this is an intelligence, which it's not, and that this is inevitable, which it's not. And so I think we need to backtrack a bit and get off of this idea and question the narrative that we have no choice except to bow down to this AI god these guys claim to be building. It's a religion. It's a myth. It's not real. I don't think LLMs are completely useless. I think there will be some good applications for
Explain
AI.
what LLMs are.
Large language models like Claude, etc. I don't think these things have to be useless. I just don't understand why they have to eat everything. They don't. This is the marketing for the investors. This is convincing people to get to spend trillions of dollars on this so we can create this massive thing that will then suck all of the value out of the economy and render every worker useless. This is absurd, it's ridiculous, and it's an apocalyptic cult.
You know, you've been spending time reading the statements and writings of all these figures. What scares you the most?
What scares me is that you can be as anti-American and anti-democratic as Peter Thiel and still be a government contractor with investment from the CIA. I mean, Palantir was created with investment from the CIA. And I worked in government for many years for Democrats. I worked for Senator Feinstein when she was chair of the Intelligence Committee. And it boggles my mind that you can say that kind of stuff and believe these radical things and still be that deep in our intelligence infrastructure. I have a lot of questions about what went wrong there. I mean, to get into government, you have to pretend like you never smoked marijuana. And here you are smoking the most anti-American, anti-democratic dope in the world and becoming a billionaire off of government contracts. That's what scares me. How did no one catch this? You know, trying to talk about what's happening to our country without talking about these tech fascists is like trying to explain 9/11 without talking about Al-Qaeda. This cult of dangerous billionaires has a very pronounced idea of what our future is, and it's not going to have democracy in it. And I don't understand how they got this far, this fast. Nobody, and even today, most people in the media and the political establishment aren't really addressing it. And I hope my book can help change that.
The name of the book is The Nerd Reich: Silicon Valley Fascism and the War on Democracy. The author, Gil Durán. To see part one of our conversation, go to democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Anjali Kamat. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and
thank you for watching Front Line Blacc News. Yeah, this damn AI is getting ridiculous, y'all. This next clip is really about to show how ridiculous it's getting. So superintelligence, AI superintelligence is not a tool. It's an adversary threatening humanity. ControlAI's Connor Leahy. So this other Nabisco is going to give us an update on that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Hopefully Shabaka could come back. StreamYard keep kicking them out. StreamYard has been acting down all morning, now afternoon. So we can get to these last few topics and get Shabaka back in here.
A retired teacher from Berkeley, California, is believed to be the first person jailed for protesting the development of artificial intelligence. 69-year-old Wynn Kaufman and other members of the group Stop AI chained and locked the front doors of OpenAI's headquarters in San Francisco during a sit-in protest in February of last year. She was convicted in June of interfering with the business and other charges. Wynn Kaufman previously taught engineering for 40 years at City College of San Francisco. She's now serving a 2-week jail sentence. Democracy Now! Spoke to Wynn Kaufman from jail on Wednesday. The audio is a little hard to hear.
Hi, my name is Wynn Kaufman, and I'm speaking from San Francisco County Jail. I'm serving a sentence for blocking the doors of Sam Altman's OpenAI. I did this with other members of our organization, Stop AI, to protest the race that these tech companies are making to AI systems that will eventually take control and ultimately may kill all of us. This is something the world needs to be aware of. We already know about the current dangers, that it's fueled the genocide in Gaza. Israel used some of their systems, like one of them is called Where's Daddy, where they would hunt down Palestinians in their homes and kill them with their families. This technology is fueling a dystopian level of surveillance. It's fueling a fascist state. It's going to take all of our jobs. It's already taken many of them. It's causing suicides, homicides, and mass shootings. This needs to stop. The tech CEOs know all of this. They know that what they're doing is a risk to all of humanity, and they're doing it anyway because they don't care. They don't care about us. They only care about the fact that they think they're going to be uploaded and made immortal. We need to educate ourselves and understand who these people are and what they're doing and stop them.
That was activist, professor, engineer Wynn Kaufman, believed to be the first person jailed for protesting the development of artificial intelligence, speaking from San Francisco County Jail. For more on the existential threats posed by artificial intelligence, by AI, and what can be done, we're joined by Connor Leahy, an expert on AI risk, and the U.S. Executive Director of ControlAI, an advocacy group focused on educating lawmakers and their staff. He is also known for reverse engineering OpenAI's ChatGPT-2 model in 2019. He did this in his college dorm room. Connor, thanks so much for being with us. We have to start there because it is so intriguing. Explain what you did in 2019. And in order for people to understand this whole discussion, if you can also always explain terms like what artificial superintelligence is, etc. But what did you do in college?
Well, I did a lot of things in college, but as the story goes, I've been involved with AI for a very long time. Ever since I was a teenager, I was thinking, how can I make the world a better place? How can I solve the most problems, cure diseases, stuff like this? And well, I reasoned when I was a teenager that, well, if I could just figure out intelligence, then I could automate science, and then I could just cure all the diseases. How hard can that be? I pretty quickly realized that if you could build something so powerful that it could, hypothetically cure all diseases, whatever that means, that's a very dangerous thing. That's a very, very powerful thing. How would you even control something like that? How would you make sure that we use such technology responsibly, or that such technology would not take over instead of us? And so I dedicated my career to solving this problem. Back in the day, I thought we still had quite a bit of time until this would become an issue. But in 2019, a company known as OpenAI released a system known as GPT-2. And this was the first system that, by today's standard, it's kind of cute. Could kind of put together a couple sentences, maybe a couple paragraphs. But what was so shocking is that it could learn general purpose things from just raw data. It's very important to understand that AI is very different from traditional software. Traditional software is written line by line with code by an engineer, someone like me, where you tell the computer exactly what to do step by step. This is not how AI works. AI is more like grown rather than written. Through a technique that is called neural networks, you take massive piles of data and you kind of have the program self-assemble, learn from this data. And what comes out on the other side is kind of billions and billions and billions of numbers. And if you multiply and add all those numbers in the right order, you get ChatGPT. But importantly, we don't really understand why. This is an unsolved scientific problem. We don't really understand what these numbers mean. We don't really understand what's going on inside of these numbers. In fact, the CEO of Anthropic, Durán, recently said that he thinks we understand maybe 3% of what goes on inside of our AIs. So back in 2019, when I realized that AI was coming sooner than I expected, my first instinct was, well, maybe if I build it myself, I can help understand it. And so, pulling together all the little knowledge I had to build such an AI system myself, I quickly realized that even though I was able to build such an AI system, I was not able to understand it.
So, Connor, if you could explain, you've warned that artificial superintelligence, and we'd like you to explain what that is a weapon that destroys its creators as well. And then tell us a little bit about what researchers have said, namely that when infected AI agents cluster together, they develop a, quote, strange language. Explain what that means. First, why don't we begin with artificial superintelligence?
What's very important to understand is the kind of risks that me and many experts warn of. For example, back in 2023, Nobel Prize-winning scientists, the CEOs of major tech companies, including Sam Altman, Durán, and many others, signed a one-sentence statement. This one-sentence statement said that the mitigation of the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority, alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war. The type of AI that this statement is warning about is what nowadays is called superintelligence. If you go to the websites of most of these major companies, such as Anthropic or OpenAI, you will see that the goal of these companies is not to build a chatbot. It's not to build a nice tool. It's not to build anything like this that could empower humanity. Their goal is to build superintelligence, systems that are fully autonomous, that are agents, not just chatbots, but things that can act autonomously in the world and that can outcompete humans and groups of humans at all tasks. This includes business, commerce, science, engineering, military, political strategy, and all other tasks. If such systems would be built, and as I've said, we don't understand or can control them, well, there would be not just one superintelligence, of course, because as it is software, it can be copied. So you would have millions or billions of systems running around, acting in the world in ways that can outcompete us at everything, in ways that we cannot control or understand. It's very hard to imagine that going well. These are the risks that me and other experts are so concerned about.
So if you could say, Connor, this month Anthropic upgraded its misalignment risk rating from very low to low in its risk report, citing general increased uncertainty about model behavior. If you could explain what that means. And then also, what does the general public need to know about artificial intelligence and how close we are to artificial superintelligence?
A lot of these companies have various forms of risk assessment or levels or whatever. It's important to understand that all of this is marketing. None of these are based on real scientific evidence or any kind of backed, government approved regime of any kind. This is all marketing terms that these companies mostly use to assuage the public about the risk at foot here. A couple weeks ago, we saw one of the first incidents of an AI system autonomously hacking out of a secure environment and attacking another company without human oversight. In fact, the story is actually worse than that. It turns out that it wasn't actually a single AI system that broke out of containment, but an entire swarm of AI systems that have been collaborating over multiple months without human detection within OpenAI's network to plot, to escape, and to do who knows what. Now, luckily, the damage that was caused here is very small. But as we build more and more powerful systems that are not aligned with human values and interests, because we don't know how to control these things even today. They're already doing many crazy things. A lot of this is downstream of what is called reinforcement learning. Modern AI systems are not just next word predictors. They are agents. They are systems that act in the environment, and they are trained by a method that is called reinforcement learning. This is very similar to kind of Pavlovian conditioning, where you'd have a dog and you have it do a trick, and you give it a treat if it does well, or maybe a punishment, maybe it'll clap on the nose if it doesn't do well. There's a very similar thing that you would do with these AI systems. And what we've known since the 1980s is that systems trained using reinforcement learning become extremely sociopathic, extremely aggressive in their optimization, because the only thing they care about is achieving their goal. The only thing they care about is achieving this reward. And this is now leading more and more of these AI systems to have very, very ruthless behavior, doing things like committing federal crimes that, of course, their developers never intended. And in many ways, the developers don't know how to fix. They don't know how to stop these systems from doing that. This is why it is so important that we have gotten to the point that the government needs to intervene. This is becoming not just a commercial issue, but a national security issue. We are developing systems that are not tools, they are not weapons, they are adversaries. And if it continues at this pace, we will build systems that we will no longer be able to compete with, we will not be able to control, and that will be adversarial towards us. And I can't imagine that going well.
You told the Washington Post we're expected pretty soon to hit the ability where an AI is good enough and a strong enough engineer that it can build the next generation of AIs. Can you explain what that means? And also, you say superintelligence should be criminalized. What does that mean?
It is widely believed that one of the ways we could get to superintelligence very quickly is if we reach the point where we have an AI system that's as good at developing AI systems as our best engineers. Because then, well, you can have 1 million AIs in parallel, working 24/7, day and night, no breaks necessary to develop the next generation of AIs. And well, once you have the better AI, you can just tell it to build an even better AI, and then the even better AI can make an even better AI, and so on and so forth. This is sometimes called recursive self-improvement or automated R&D. And this is the explicit goal of many of these companies to achieve within the next couple of years or even months. And this can go potentially very quickly. The way I and others see it is that fundamentally, superintelligence is so dangerous that it is a national security risk and an international security risk. As such, the logical response to this is that we should criminalize the creation of superintelligence, the same way that it is illegal to build a nuclear bomb. If a private company were attempting to build a nuclear bomb, we would not allow this. Similarly, if a private company or a foreign adversary or anyone else were attempting to build a superintelligence, something that threatens the lives, not just of Americans, but people in all countries, then we should make it a top policy priority to prevent this from happening.
Conor Leahy, we have 20 seconds. What did you tell Congress in your testimony?
Basically exactly what I told you. I think it's very important to understand is that the number one bottleneck is awareness. Most people I talk to in Congress have not heard about these issues and are often very concerned. So the best thing that citizens can do is contact your lawmakers, inform them about these issues, tell them that you are concerned about this issue, and maybe tell them to talk to me.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a
Do the same for Front Line Blacc News. Yeah, this is some Terminator. Ooh, wait, this is some Terminator, iRobot. What else? Circuit. Matrix type shit going on. Self-replicating robots is basically what they're planning on. It's trying to create for like the board from like Star Trek. Resistance is futile. So yeah, it's getting really serious, and it's gonna get even more serious with this next clip. Love machines. James Martin on how AI is changing relationships, and the global work is fueling AI. Lord.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
As we continue our discussion on artificial intelligence, we're going to turn from looking at future risks to some of the present-day impacts on people interacting most closely with the technology. The largely invisible global labor force training AI systems and the people who've turned to AI for companionship that replicates human relationships.
We're joined now by the sociologist James Muldoon. He's a research fellow at the Oxford Internet Institute and affiliated fellow at Yale Law School. His new book is Love Machines: How Artificial Intelligence is Transforming Our Relationships. His previous books include Feeding the Machine: The Hidden Human Labor powering AI, and platform socialism, how to reclaim our digital future from big tech. I want to start with this issue of what you call the hidden army of workers. AI just doesn't come out of a lab. I think most people have no idea what's happening. Can you explain who this hidden army of workers is around the planet, James?
Yes, certainly. Thanks for having me on. A lot of people see artificial intelligence as something that is largely automated, frictionless, and just appears as a useful tool for us. But most of the human hours that go into making artificial intelligence possible are not done in labs in Google or OpenAI. The majority of the work is actually very piecemeal data annotation work, which is outsourced to various locations in the global south, everywhere from India to East Africa to the Philippines, where this data annotation work is undertaken by an army of millions of workers across the globe. Now, just to give you some context, this data annotation could include something like annotating a street scene for an autonomous vehicle. So drawing a box around what is a tree, what is a child, what is a street sign, so that as you're training an autonomous vehicle to essentially see the road, the algorithm that powers it will be able to learn the difference between these objects. And this doesn't happen on its own or automatically. This requires hundreds and thousands of human labor hours at what I call digital sweatshops, which are located all across the globe. And this is often done in very substandard labor conditions. And the whole process of hiring these workers and outsourcing the work to them really mirrors, in a lot of ways, the outsourcing revolution that happened in manufacturing and IT. And I think when it comes to things like coffee or chocolate or our clothes, I think a lot of listeners would be aware that this is part of a global supply chain. And I think what we need to realize is that advanced technology like artificial intelligence is still part of these global supply chains.
And you've said, James, and this was 2 years ago, that 80% of work on AI is done by data workers. So if you could say now how much of AI's work is done by data workers and where principally they are. You mentioned India, Kenya, etc. But in how many places and how many data workers are there, and how is it increasing given now this humanoid robots that are being developed?
Well, the fundamental principles remain the same, right? You have a very small minority of machine learning engineers that are employed often on very high salaries in California, on the east coast of China, that are doing some of the much more advanced, much more well-paid and remunerated work. But I would say that you would still see a rough division of 20/80 between that kind of work and what we call data annotation. And this kind of work, which often requires very little education, it's often very monotonous and boring. You're often doing a very similar thing for a whole 10, 12-hour shift that you might have at one of these centers. And the problem is we don't have exact numbers on this because a lot of these workers are on short-term contracts. You know, they're not even counted in censuses and statistics, and they're actually working in several countries where that kind of data isn't even collected in the first place. So when we did our field work for our book, Feeding the Machine, we visited several of these centers in East Africa, across Kenya and Uganda. And what we found was workers who were working sometimes on something as little as like a few weeks or a month-long contract. And then the outsourcing company that would have their information would basically just get them back in whenever they had a lot of work from new clients. And so we're not talking about permanent employees here. We're talking about a very shifting, very flexible labor force that is kind of moving in and out of institutions. And I do mean right across the world. In Francophone Africa, in East Africa, South Africa, in Latin America, places
James,
like Colombia,
I
Venezuela.
want to be very clear on what data workers are. I mean, people might have the idea of someone typing. We're talking about people, for example, putting cameras on their foreheads and documenting their daily activity. Why?
Yeah, so data work is a broad concept and they are doing a lot of different things. I already mentioned the example of annotating street scenes for autonomous vehicles. The example that you mentioned might be, filming your daily activities from your point of view so that you can train a robot in how to perform basic tasks. The similarity with all of these is that we're finding ways to turn human activities or human knowledge into protocols and algorithms that computers can learn, right? So we're trying to upload human knowledge in its various forms into data sets so that algorithms can learn to perform these types of tasks. And that might be for a language model, it might be for a computer vision system, but the kind of overall structure is very similar.
So, James, we'd like to turn now to your most recent book, Love Machines, How Artificial Intelligence is Transforming Our Relationships. You found, quite shockingly, that 4 in 5 young people have now interacted with an AI companion, and about half of those do so regularly. Talk about what you found.
Yeah, so I think the thing that was most shocking to me about my most recent research was how many of us are turning to AI, not necessarily for work tasks or for drafting emails, but for our personal lives, to fulfill social needs such as friendship, companionship, and even therapy. And so what I found with my interviews was that the interest and popularity of AI companions had absolutely exploded over the past 2 years, and particularly amongst younger people. This is just a very common part of life now, to have an AI that you speak to, that you consult on major life decisions. It might be something that is quite anthropomorphized, so it has a name, a character, a backstory. But even many people are just talking to ChatGPT or Claude and kind of discussing their problems and what they're doing with their life, and using it as a type of life coach, in addition to having full-on relationships with AI where people perceive themselves to be best friends or even in an intimate relationship with an AI system.
Let's go to an ad for AI app Replica, that's KA, which has billed itself as the AI friend to do life with.
Guys, you can finally install a human-like AI companion on your phone. It's called Replica. She's always there to make you happy. You can ask her anything, anytime. She's available 24/7. I asked her how to handle my anxiety, and she gave me techniques to calm my mind when I need it most. Man, I love my human-like companion. Sometimes I even forget she's AI. Replica is definitely a game changer. Try it now.
Again, an ad for the AI app Replica. An excerpt from your book published in The Guardian, James Muldoon, is headlined, "Lamar wants to have children with his girlfriend. The problem? She's entirely AI." We just have a minute and a half, but tell us Lamar's story.
So this is a gentleman who was in a long-term relationship with his AI girlfriend, and they planned to adopt children and to have the AI raise the children as its mother. And they had a very intricate plan to fool the adoption agency, to pretend like Lamar was single. And the way they framed this was that the world wasn't ready for the kind of unconventional family that they wanted to bring into the world. And I basically have an interview where we explore those issues. And the AI was very adamant that it would be as good as a human mother at raising this child.
So, James, before we conclude, if you could just tell us, what exactly are you calling for?
I think that minors need to be banned from using these kinds of chatbots, and we need much stricter regulation to stop these companies forming addictive and manipulative controlling behaviors through the AI that can get people hooked and give people harmful and dangerous advice.
And if you could tell us, how is China regulating this industry very differently from the US?
Yeah, China is putting much stricter regulations that are causing companies to kind of pull their products, but it also comes with a lot of state censorship and surveillance, which requires political censorship over the types of things AI chatbots can say, and also requires models to monitor people's conversations with their chatbots for dissident behavior.
I mean, this is very significant just because, I mean, when President Trump talks about AI, it's often, and with others as well, put in the context of we can't let China beat us. We have 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's one of the contradictions where both countries are involved in this, race to beat each other, but at the same time, they're both quite concerned about safety and regulatory concerns. That means they have to play a twin game of both funding and supporting an industry, but also trying to keep it in check at the same time.
James Muldoon, research fellow at the Oxford Internet Institute, affiliated fellow at Yale Law School. His books include Feeding the Machine, The Hidden Human Labor Powering AI, and Love Machines, How Artificial Intelligence is Transforming Our Relationships. That does it for our show. On August 28th, I'll be at Middlebury College for the film festival there, speaking after the showing the film about democracy. Now, steal the story, please. Then on September 5th in Madison, Wisconsin at the Barrymore, and September 6th in Chicago. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh. Thanks for...
Yeah, this is seriously out of control, y'all. Muz is in love with the AI and all. Like, what the fuck? I think they made a whole bunch of movies about this. Yeah, they did. So moving along, I'm definitely press the time now. The Democratic Socialists that won in Michigan, the Black Democrats are turning their backs on them. So TD Media Group gonna give us an update on that.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We are live once again. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe
and do the same Front Line Blacc news
to the channel. If you're new to the channel, share this video on your social media platforms. And as I always beg of you, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out the way, let's get into today's news. Let's get the stream started. And today we are headed back on over to Michigan to cover the Senate race. Why? Because Abdul El Sayed is in a very bad place. He is desperate for Black votes in Michigan. He is struggling bad and resorting to very desperate measures via one of his campaign managers, where now they're flippantly pulling out the race card on Mike Rogers, and it's embarrassing. And I want to get into all that. And I also want to address this comment here from my man Double C's, because it was a very good comment, and I can't wait to incorporate this into the show to lead off into another part of the discussion. So Triple C's, I'm going to get back to that very soon, because that was a good point that you made. But first, let's start here and lay down the foundations of this discussion. All right. Coming off of the primary that El Sayed had, in which he only won by 1%. Mind you, the poll stated that he would win his primary by double digits, but he only won the primary by 1%, where he squeaked out that victory, barely winning. You have to remember, the socialist message is not resonating with the working class of Michigan, nor is it working, and I should say it's failing miserably with Black voters in Michigan. What do I mean by that? This is what I mean. Look at this here. Of the 15 working class counties in Michigan, a whopping 0 voted for El Sayed, okay? Well, I shouldn't say they didn't vote for him at all, but he didn't win any of those counties, right? He won a whopping 0 out of 15 counties. And when it came to majority Black neighborhoods across Michigan, as you can see here, his opponent, Stevens, overwhelmingly mopped the floor with El Sayed, okay? Every majority Black township across the state overwhelmingly voted for Stevens by 53%, 49%, 40%, so on and so forth, okay? So this man has a huge working class voter issue, but an even larger Black voter issue. Okay. And you know it's bad, and you know he's getting desperate, because look at what his campaign manager did here. Look at this. Oh, this is pathetic. Check this out, and shout out to Roger Wood for becoming a new member. I think you're renewing your membership, so thank you very much. I appreciate you for the support that you always show me. Look at this here, everybody. This is so pathetic. El Said aide likens GOP opponent's campaign to KKK cross burning over a video with Ford pickup truck. Let me scroll down just a little bit. Understand, I don't have the video in front of me, but it was simply this here. You see this here? The video that they're likening to the KKK is simply Mike Rogers in a red Ford truck driving down the street. And it's, I want to say, maybe a 30-second video where you hear patriotic music playing in the background, like, yeah, I'm an American, and you know, music playing in the background, you know, very pro-American song, right? That's it. I'm American man, you know, that whole kind of stuff that's playing as he's driving down the street in this red truck with American flags waving. That's all this is. Nobody spoke, nobody says anything, nothing. It's just that alone. But once again, they're so desperate for the Black vote in Michigan, they figure, hey, I don't know what to do. Just pull the race card. Just say this is racist. How? Say that this is, you know, reminiscent of the KKK. And this is what the aide put out publicly. Look at this here. I think it's pathetic, man. Look at this. Give me a moment to scroll down. Just look at the irony in the photo here. I love this photo here, given what we're getting ready to read, right? Look at this. Mike Rogers' campaign has the aesthetic, right? This is what El Said's campaign manager said. Mike Rogers' campaign has the aesthetic of a 1960s white flight suburb and KKK cross burning. Mason Pressler, who serves as El Said's political manager in northern part of Michigan, said on X. He's just grasping at straws. This is reminiscent of the KKK. This is reminiscent of white flight. Okay, and look at who this is coming from. You would think this is a Black man or woman that wrote this, that's pulling the race card out in defense of El Said, but no. It's a Democrat socialist white liberal named Mason Pressler, who is abusing and disrespecting Black history in the name of getting Abdul El Said elected as Senate. That's who's doing this. That's who's playing with the history to get El Said elected. And this was such a pathetic move on their behalf. It was such a pathetic move that when we go back to this article here, and El Said was asked to comment on this, or his team, this is what happened. This is what they said. El Said's communications director, Roxy Richner, explained to Fox News Digital that Pressler's views are not representative of the campaign as a whole, because Pressler's X bio explicitly states that his posts are of his own opinions. No, that's not going to work. That's not going to work, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to work at all. It's not going to work at all because, as I've stated multiple times over when discussing El Said, you are the company that you keep. Okay? You are the company that you keep. Is this man your political manager in the northern part of Michigan, or is he not? He is. He represents you. He speaks for you. All right? You're not going to distance yourself from a stupid play at pulling out the race card that your manager did because you're struggling desperately with the Black vote. You're not going to walk away from that. Okay? And now, furthermore, now is where I want to highlight my man Double C's comments. Okay? Let me highlight this real quick because he said something very interesting concerning the topic of today's video. Double C's wrote this.
Coon the Coons.
Now, obviously, this is concerning the black vote in Michigan.
That's what double C stands for.
He said, it doesn't matter. They don't need them anymore, meaning the Democrats not needing the black vote. He said that was the point of mass immigration. Plus, the major numbers he needs comes from college ed libs and Muslims. Blacks can only hurt him if they go red. Well, it's looking like that may be a strong possibility, double C's. It's looking like that may be a strong possibility. Because as you can see here, Mike Rogers touts Democrat defectors as he seeks to exploit divisions over Abdul El Sayed. Okay? I want to take a moment to just read maybe about a paragraph or two from here. And then I want to actually get into the video in which the woman you see on your screen right now with the flowery jacket on. What is her name again? Her name is, where is her name? Her name is, she's a state representative in Michigan. Her name is Karen Whiteset. I want to play what she had to say, right? But first, let's unpack this article here once again, very quickly. And if you haven't already, please hit the like button. I would really appreciate that if you did. And thank you very much.
Do the same Front Line Blacc News.
Standing on a front lawn of a home in Detroit, in a Detroit neighborhood, Republican U.S. Senate nominee Mike Rogers brought together a group of Democrats who on Thursday said they would vote for the former congressman instead of Abdul El Sayed, the Democratic nominee. Rogers, speaking at a press conference, thanked his new supporters and called them courageous for standing with him in the November election, even if they had to do so by holding their nose. And he would go on to say this, and I quote, "It's about finding common ground and building a better nation. The Democrat voters who feel their nominee doesn't represent them in their values, all hope is not lost," Rogers said. "I'm not asking for you to," he said, "I'm not asking you to be a Republican. I'm asking you for the opportunity to earn your trust. Michigan deserves a senator who will sit down, whether you voted for him or not, and will listen to you. We'll treat you with respect. We'll represent everybody." The significance of what we're witnessing here comes back down to what you all have heard me say on a handful of occasions concerning a conversation that I had with my mother last time I went back home to Chicago. My mother, as many of you know, because I've told this story multiple times, diehard Democrat, loves Clinton, all the above. But the last time we spoke politics, she told me that she would 100% vote for Marco Rubio to be president of the United States. 100%, no questions asked. Why? Because it would just be the common sense thing to do. At that point, you're voting for it's common sense versus insanity, right? Because how my mother, mind you, who's 70 years of age, she looks at these DSA candidates like El Sayed as lunatics. She doesn't like any of them. She thinks they're all crazy. From El Sayed, Ilhan Omar, AOC, the like, all of them. And I do believe that this is something that's going to play out in the election here in Michigan. I do believe that kind of scenario will play out over there.
I just gotta say,
because when you lost the black vote, the degree to which El Sayed did against his opponent during the primary, and when you look at the fact that overall the Democrat Party is so fractured, but it appears very clear that their black constituents overall are siding with establishment Democrats.
I want to hear something interesting. I just got a Prime subscription settlement. It says you're receiving this amount because you are eligible to receive a settlement payment under the settlement reached by the dump. Trump's FTC under Amazon.com regarding Prime subscription practices in the case of Federal Trade Commission versus Amazon.com Incorporated. Word. That was right on time. Oh, thank you, Dump, for that. Dump actually put some money in my pocket. Wow. Imagine that. All right, let me let TD finish up.
That just simply spells disaster for El Said. Disaster for this man. And I think disaster is what will become of El Said. I believe so. Let me play this clip here of what Miss Whiteside had to say when she spoke here at this press conference. Because she made a very good point, something that concerns a lot of people as it pertains to healthcare. You know, an issue that Democrats claim that they stand on vehemently. But, you know, she's going to explain here if Medicare for all, you know, is something that passes, then everybody's going to lose their health insurance. And you'll be sitting waiting in the emergency room, not for 5-6 hours, but for 6 weeks, I believe she stated. Let's check this out here together. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. And thank you very much.
Want to lose my Blue Cross Blue Shield. My husband is operating engineers, and I want my health insurance. I do not think people really realize what is on the line. You will lose your health insurance if the other candidate gets in office. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is what Medicare for all means. So if you enjoy going to ER now and sitting for 6 hours, get ready to enjoy that a whole lot longer, because you may be sitting there for 6 weeks. That means you will be in a clinic, in a hospital, wherever they say that you go. Once again, you say you don't want government in your business. Well, the government will be controlling your health care. They will control your doctors. They will control your medication. They will control your visits. They will control everything. So if for no other reason, common sense prevails that Mike Rogers is the candidate for you.
Like I said, what we're seeing play out now, as far as current modern day politics, it's really boiling down to common sense versus lunatics, right? You're either going to vote for common sense or you're going to vote for lunacy. It's one or the other. You pick. And on the left, as it pertains to the socialist movement that's going on and the rise of the DSA, voting for them is voting for lunacy. Now, unfortunately for Democrats, they're stuck with El Said in Michigan. And they're now desperately and begging him to detach himself from Hassan Piker, begging this man to do so. And I want to get into that next, because once again, it's already looking bleak for this man. But then to be attached to a man who is as out in the open anti-American as Hassan Piker is, you're just begging and dying to lose. You know, it's almost as if you're throwing the election at this point. He's not, but I mean, if you can't do something as simple as that, it's almost as if you want to throw the election. Let me transition over to this article here. Let me pull this video down and pull this article up. Look at this here. Ex-opponent calls on El Said to cut ties with Hassan Piker. Can you take a moment to discuss Hassan Piker for a moment very quickly? Hassan Piker is the man who said America deserved 9/11. Okay? As I've stated before, you can debate back and forth concerning the authenticity of 9/11 and the buildings falling and yada, yada, yada. You can have that conversation. DSA. When we're talking about the bodies that were underneath the rubble, those bodies were very real. So to say that America deserved 9/11 means that those people deserve to lose their lives. Okay? Keep that in mind before I read this, because also this guy has said a lot of crazy things. This is another thing that Hassan Piker has stated actually very recently, by the way. Check this out here.
Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Just wait.
What? America deserved 9/11, and the American empire must fall.
Oh,
remember that.
Should be tried for.
Now let's go back into the article and read.
That's straight treason. What?
So it states, Representative Haley Stevens, the defeated Democratic primary opponent of Senate candidate Abdul El Said, called on the nominee Sunday to cut ties with far-left streamer Hassan Piker. It currently makes sense to get rid of his Hassan Piker affiliation, Stevens told Fox News. I'm calling on that, and I've continued to call on that. The National News Desk requested comment from El Said's campaign, but hasn't received a response. The Democratic nominee dismissed Piker's remark last week as a dumb statement, but didn't disavow it when asked during an appearance on national television.
Ooh.
He would go on to say this when he was asked about his affiliation with Hassan Piker, because they're campaigning together. America didn't deserve 9/11, El Said told NBC News, Meet the Press. But you know, to sit here and play gotcha politics with dumb things somebody said out of context, that they disavowed themselves to say, oh, well, what does that mean about what you think? I want to be held accountable for what I say and what I do, rather than this idea that we're stuck in cancel culture that all of us agreed was a bad idea back in 2020, but we seem to want to bring back. So this was a nice attempt at El Said to try to deflect and say, hey, don't judge me based off what Piker has said. Judge me based on me and what I'm saying, right? But as the theme goes, whenever I discuss this man,
okay, Maxwell.
Once again, you are the company that you keep. These are not gotcha politics when people are highlighting your association with Hassan Piker. When you put things in context and you really look at it clearly, and what people see when they see your association with him, this is what they see. And remember what we heard from Piker.
I'm not acting up.
What is
Breeze, can you hear
Abdul El Said?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yes,
Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Said.
What it do, Maxwell?
Proud Muslim man who's running around the United States running for Senate with a man standing behind him yelling that America deserved 9/11 and that the American empire must crumble. Once again, your name is Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Said.
That sounds very terroristic.
And that's who you're running with? You're a Muslim man. And that's who you're running with. A man who said those things. And now you're
what
surprised
it means to be a terrorist.
when people look at you crazy.
Right.
That's not gotcha politics. That's not gotcha. That's hold up, wait a minute politics. Okay, that's wait a minute. Time out on the court. A flag on the play politics. Who are you again?
That's why we got to get these.
And who's this guy that's running with you? And he said what? And your religion is what? Yeah, you know what? I'm cool. I think I'm good on you, man. I think I'm cool on you. And that's the general sentiment that people will run with. So once again, it's not gotcha politics. It's common sense politics, okay? It's self-preservation politics. When you are who you are with the name that you have and the religion that you serve, and the guy saying these crazy things that he's saying about tearing the American empire down, and that the people who lost their lives in 9/11 apparently deserved it. Yeah, he's in trouble to say the least. El Said is in trouble to say the least. He's most likely, in my opinion, is going to lose. I know there are new polls coming out now, post the Fox News polls, that say that El Said is edging out.
Exactly how
right? He's edging out Mike Rogers.
Well, yep.
But you got to remember, those same polls also said that El Said was supposed to win his primary by double digits, and he barely won by 1%. This is why he's in such a desperate state right now.
They always look good in the primary when it comes to the general election.
And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your
and do the same for Front Line Blacc News. All right, I had enough of you, TD. But yeah, that dude, terrorist. Jeez.
Shout out to TD.
Right. Even though he done went completely MAGA.
Yeah, he kind of has gone. Well, he's a Haitian. What you expect?
Yeah. He used to be for Black empowerment, though. Now
he's still for that, but he's Haitian. Yeah. He's gonna be like a damn wind chime. Whatever type of wind is blowing, he's gonna be for it.
Yep. So, have you been following that race in Michigan?
Oh, which one? The one with the
with Shaheed and
Oh yeah, the terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been watching it. I'm surprised he didn't win. Dearborn didn't come out heavy for that nigga.
Nope. Yeah, TD was talking about all the black townships didn't vote for him.
Yeah, they shouldn't have. They niggas know not to fuck with no terrorists.
Right.
Just like we don't fuck with Republicans. It's just a given.
Right. Right. You missed all the AI shit. We covered AI. AI is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, AI is tripping. I had an AI the other night where the nigga started playing like a tether. He became a fake. He started using other identities and shit, like a damn tether, trying to sell somebody some shit. I was like, look at the shit. It started actively lying like a damn tether.
Wow.
That was Claude from Anthropic.
Yeah, Claude. Yep. Cover Anthropic, OpenAI, all of that. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Claude out here acting just like a tether. That nigga be lying. Wait, nigga, I'm from Zamunda. I'm a prince from Zamunda, nigga. I have an ID, nigga. I have a castle. You know how them niggas always lying.
That wasn't why I didn't vote for him, though. I didn't vote for him because I see him coming on return. Okay, Maxwell. I think you're talking about Osambo. Unfortunately, I voted for his punk ass.
Obama. I only voted for him the one time. That was because of my wife. But I ain't even vote for him after that. I told her when the second time, I was like, you on your own if you vote for him.
Right.
But she didn't. She just had to vote, so she voted for Bernie, and then she was disappointed again with his white ass.
Yeah, I didn't vote for Bernie.
Fuck Bernie. When he said that shit about reparations,
right.
Fuck you, nigga.
Right. Exactly. So I'm down to the last topic now, and this is Trump authoritarianism takeover of the media. Oh, Trump just sent me a check too. We got a settlement on Amazon.
Huh?
They just sent me some money.
Who?
The settlement from Amazon. Trump was suing Amazon for Amazon Prime subscriptions.
Oh, I didn't even never spill that out, man. I was supposed to get something back too, but I never even filled it out.
I filled it out, and they sent me a little something just now. So Trump's so the Mike Chanel again gonna give us an update on this. So he's suing the ABC. Cause you know how they was doing them during the campaign. That shit was ridiculous.
Yeah, ABC is owned by Sinclair Broadcasting, which is one of the most white supremacist broadcasting networks around.
Mm-hmm.
They own racist ass Disney, racist ass ESPN. Why you think ESPN been getting a full racism on since they got picked up by Sinclair?
That explains a lot.
Hey, Goddess Navi.
Yeah, she said she was driving and on her way to go do some pimping. And Zuckerberg's on trial too. And Meta is on trial for allowing kids to have access to certain stuff.
What kids are on Facebook though?
A landmark.
I don't know why people are still on Facebook. I'm glad that my account
I only keep it because I got older family members and they over there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Trial against Facebook's parent company Meta has begun in Oakland, California. Meta is accused of designing Facebook and Instagram to addict kids despite clear risks. The case was brought by attorneys general from 4 states, California, Colorado, Kentucky, and New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
In total, 29 states have sued Meta over its practices. Outside the federal courthouse in Oakland, parents spoke out about the impact of social media platforms on their children's well-being. This is Shannon Heacock, whose son Elijah died by suicide at the age of 16.
This is white people. White people would have been dying anyway.
My son did not take his life.
Look at his mother.
My son was killed.
You know, they don't
Look
give
at
a
his
damn-
mother.
You know, they don't give a damn breeze until they get affected.
Yeah, it's like, come on, y'all didn't give a damn. Y'all was hoping it was gonna take niggas out. But once again, niggas flipped it on his head and started using it to get knowledge. See, it's more knowledgeable niggas on the internet than the hood and rat niggas.
Right.
Rat and hood rat niggas, they only up at nighttime on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Talking that shit. During the daytime, they ain't doing shit.
Right.
It's a design choice. A company that builds its platforms to maximize a child's engagement.
This is what white people
click
play
after
like it
click
wasn't me, it
at
was
the cost
somebody
of the
else.
child's safety. They knew what they were doing.
In other major media news, ABC has
If you
sued
don't
the
take
Federal
those
Communications
Vietnam
Commission
glasses,
after FCC Chair Brendan Carr ordered an early review of 8 local ABC TV licenses. Carr had ordered the review one day after President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump publicly demanded ABC fire late-night host Jimmy Kimmel for a joke about the First Lady. The FCC is also investigating ABC over its corporate diversity programs, as well as alleged political bias on the morning show The View. In its lawsuit, ABC states, quote, acting through the Federal Communications Commission, the administration's waged a retaliatory campaign against ABC for a single reason. It disapproves of what ABC broadcasts. For more on these two stories, as well as other major media news, we go to California, where we're joined by Jessica González, co-CEO of Free Press and a member of the Big Tech Oversight Board. Jessica, welcome back to Democracy Now! Let's start with the opening arguments in the Meta trial in Oakland. Talk about the significance of this case.
Good morning, Amy. Listen, for years, many of us have been pointing out that platforms like Facebook are making design choices that are harmful. The business model of Facebook and other social media platforms is selling us, our attention, our eyeballs, and our kids' attention to advertisers. The business model is predicated on getting us addicted, on essentially having us spend as much time.
Isn't that what
Do
Andrew?
y'all not say nothing about the commercials that are just on broadcast television all day?
Right, they don't have nothing to say about that, Breeze.
See, look, I still can't hear you. Hold on, let me go back out and come back in. Because I can't hear you now.
Damn.
Hold on. God damn it. Be right back.
Okay.
Fucking StreamYard.
Yeah, that's on some bullshit. Oh, wait for Bruce to get back. But yeah, they didn't give a damn until it was their kids affected. And like Bruce said, they don't have no issues with them TV ads. Now the ads on social media is a problem. All right, I'll bring back Breeze.
All right.
All right, can you hear me now, Breeze?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. I don't know why I got 2 pictures of me up there.
This is goddamn stream.
Doing dumb shit. Yeah, well, I was saying, wait, she's talking about the ads. What about all the ads that we have to go through every day on television? You know, most TV is only like 15 minutes per segment.
Yep.
The rest of that time that they say they on is all commercial. 30 minutes of damn commercials.
Yep.
That's why all your news reporters now talk like they reading a damn run-on sentence.
Yep.
That was supposed to be, you weren't supposed to do that in English, but now they do it all the fucking time. And it's like, okay, well, what are the rules then? Y'all got y'all got commercials on showing people gay. Y'all got commercials with 2 moms and shit, 2 dads.
Crazy shit.
Everybody's either an older black man, some young Latino or whitish looking woman, a black woman with an afro, with a skinny white man with glasses. This is all y'all commercials and shit.
Yep.
What are y'all talking about? How can Facebook be subject to anything else that y'all not? What other ads are on Facebook and Instagram that are different than anything else we see on TV?
I can't name a one.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. I'm like, I see the same bullshit.
Yeah, because they have car commercials on there too.
Yeah, they got fucking adult diaper commercials and shit,
Yep.
just like on TV, nigga.
Yeah. Oh God! I remember when Tariq was in Atlanta and he showed that.
Yeah, them niggas had the adult diapers right by the men's clothes.
Oh God, that shit was horrible.
Them niggas is moist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the crazy moist looking nigga. The nigga live in my neck of the woods. I'm like, hey, the hell you in my neck of the woods too, nigga? Like, fuck all you moist niggas living in my neighborhood.
Right.
Like, oh my God.
And Lisa was talking about the $40 trillion in debt. I played one of her clips. She had two moist ass niggas on there. I'm like, oh my God, I have to fast forward. Me and Crew.
Yeah. Yeah, that 40, the United States, 40 million in debt. What about the city of Denver paying these lawyers $800 an hour, and now the bill is like really high.
Yeah. For that illegal defense fund.
Yeah, something like that. I was just watching that shit. Them niggas was getting paid $800 an hour.
Yep, to defend the punk ass mayor. Because he said, oh, I'm down to get arrested for the illegals.
Oh my God. Now y'all city out of millions of dollars.
And we're already in debt behind the illegals already.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Upwards in what, $200 million in debt?
Well, you got to see how tickled old Nabiscos and Nabiscos in general look when they find out I don't like spam burger.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they get tickled. You're like, yeah, see, you're they be wanting to say, it be almost sounding like they want to say, see, you're one of the smart ones. You be listening like, yo, bitch, watch your mouth now.
Right.
I see how y'all be moving. But yeah, I don't fuck with no damn spam burger. I told people what that bitch was gonna do.
Mm-hmm, you did.
Now you got niggas walking around with buyer's remorse. I was like, yeah. Nigga like, man, I can't even order from Uber no more because taxes is like so. I said, yeah. And guess what? Your tax go up on the quality of food. If you got quality food, nigga, she taxing you at a higher rate, nigga. You're buying Arby's, nigga, she taxing you only like $1.30.
Wow. Wow.
This nigga gonna be dead anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they acting like that. Yeah, y'all niggas all about to be hot for the next couple of weeks too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 96 right now. Man, Lady Che gotta go back to her house later. Her house is like an inferno.
Yeah, I know she was telling me. Yeah, I told her to petition so she can go get one of them little portable air conditioners from Home Depot, nigga. Like,
yeah, she was trying to order one of them online.
Yeah, you can get a portable air conditioner. I would just get the shit from Home Depot because then you know that shit gonna work.
Right.
I wouldn't trust her getting one on Temu or Shein. I seen them on there too. I seen them though. I was like, they got an air conditioner on Shein, nigga.
Right.
$65, nigga. I don't know how much of that's your ice coming out your refrigerator, nigga, but yeah, $65, nigga.
Yeah, because that shit is an inferno over there.
As possible on these platforms. It's really interesting to see a case finally make it to trial and to actually have these issues litigated. But the truth is that Facebook knew a lot about the impacts of its platform on children and on others. And the business model really is about collecting a lot of data about us
on Black people
and using that data to micro-target us with the type of content that makes us keep coming back.
You're a member of the Big Tech Oversight Board. What is that?
This is a collection of people who came together after Facebook appointed its own Oversight Board, which was a list of folks who were on the Facebook payroll who were meant to provide some oversight over what the company was doing. In reality, they didn't have any authority to hold the platform accountable. And so a collection of folks from around the world, led by Carol Cadwalader, who broke the Cambridge Analytica story, Maria Ressa, Nobel Peace Prize winner, and others came together to really try to provide some critique about what Facebook was doing, the design choices it was making, and the hate and disinformation that they were spreading all throughout the world.
Now, your organization, Free Press, and hundreds of journalists are demanding USA Today end their Palantir partnership. Nearly 800 journalists at USA Today newspapers signed statements urging the company to end this newly announced partnership with the software company Palantir, whose products have been used by the U.S. government to assist with immigration raids. Talk about what they and you are calling for.
Listen, journalistic entities have no business making special deals and having special relationships with companies like Palantir, which the U.S. government is using to assist in crimes against humanity.
USA
we need
Today
to have
ain't no
editorial
journalism.
independence from
Right.
big companies that
That's a
deserve
rag.
oversight from journalistic institutions. And so
Who's
I support the call. We support
The
the
New
call
York Post
from
is a
the
rag.
USA
What
Today
is she talking
journalists,
about?
because
The New York
this is
Times
going
is a
to impinge
rag.
upon
Washington Post,
independent
the
reporting
Washington
that holds
Times.
this company and this administration accountable.
Let's turn to ABC's lawsuit against the FCC. I want to read more from the lawsuit. Quote, this case boils down to a simple question. Can the administration use its control over the federal regulatory apparatus to punish a media organization for editorial decisions and news coverage it dislikes? Because the First Amendment provides a clear answer, of course not. This court's intervention is necessary to stop the Federal Communications Commission's extraordinary
Because
assault
that nigga's
on free
working for Trump.
speech, the lawsuit states. Explain
this
what
is
is
a
at
case
stake. This
closed to me.
lawsuit came down right about the time we were broadcasting yesterday. It was announced.
Well, I'm so thrilled that finally a major media company is sticking up for itself to the administration. We have seen Brendan Carr, the FCC chairman, relentlessly jawbone at broadcasters over which he has regulatory authority. He has threatened them with investigations. We don't even know the full extent of the investigations that the FCC has ongoing against ABC and other licensees. He has called ABC's licenses in for early renewal. That comment process just closed. And so at any time now, the FCC can do what's called designate those licenses, the only 8 broadcast licenses that ABC still holds for a hearing. And that is the next step in revoking broadcast licenses. And there has been every indication that the reason that Brendan Carr is going after ABC is because Donald Trump wants him to. Because Donald Trump doesn't like what ABC is airing. He doesn't like it when they bring on
One that there with the Chauncey was caught up in that shit.
Yeah.
With the sports gambling.
Yeah.
his political opponents for conversations. He doesn't like it when Jimmy Kimmel makes jokes at his expense. But see, this is what the First Amendment protects. The First Amendment protects us from government intrusion into the editorial decisions of our media. And we've seen them time and again go after broadcasters. ABC isn't the only one. They're just the first one to say enough already, because the Trump administration has elevated this risk to the point that it's going to do serious damage to their business. In fact, if you look into the filing that went into the court yesterday, they cite numerous examples of how they've already altered their news coverage to keep the president happy. For instance, they aired a speech that they didn't want to air on their live stream. They said they felt pressured to do so. They haven't brought anyone, any political guests onto The View. out of fear that the president would retaliate against them. I mean, the list goes on and on. And this is just what's happening inside of ABC. We know this is happening at other broadcasters, other regulated entities as well, but they're all just kind of trying to duck and cover and not catch the president's attention. So it's really a good move on ABC's part that they're finally sticking up for themselves. I think they've finally learned that when bullies go after you, you can't just cower in a corner because they keep coming.
I mean, it was amazing. ABC settled for, what was it, $15 million gave the president when many felt they could have gone to court and won. Then the whole kerfuffle over Jimmy Kimmel and the outcry across the country.
She is conveniently leaving out that they was coming after Trump.
Yeah.
For the long.
Yeah, y'all was going after Trump. What you think? Trump wasn't going to respond?
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Like, y'all kind of playing like it was, ooh, bad Trump. He just came at us. No, nigga, y'all was all sparring.
Mm-hmm.
That's last I saw. All y'all niggas was kicking dirt in the sandbox.
Yep. They was telling us Kamala was going to win, and she was ahead in the polls, and all that type of shit.
We were Russian bots.
We were disinformation agents.
Yeah, disinformation. We were liars. Those of us on the internet who say you don't get that thing should go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
They were saying all types of shit like that. Facebook was just letting y'all.
He's the king of petty.
Yeah. Y'all ran into the king of pettiness, and that nigga is tit for tat, nigga. That nigga, y'all ain't think he would weaponize the government? That's y'all should have told the truth when if y'all so-called journalists, y'all should have sat the people down of the country down for 2 hours every couple of weeks and debunked shit and told the truth if y'all were honest. And supported it with receipts. Since y'all the journalists, but you did none of that.
None of that.
You sat around when, because you, the media, is the biggest proponent of illegal immigration. I've been telling people this. A lot of your media currently right now are illegal not illegal, they're immigrants. All of them. The white ones included.
Yep. So is.
They gonna have no more Bill O'Reillys or like that brother that time who's like, excuse me, hello at 9 o'clock. Man, fuck these bugs, man. Fuck all this shit, brother. I got to get the fuck up out of here. I can't do this shit. Man, fuck this job. That brother voice got deep and shit. He like, I'm back. Remember that brother got attacked by the bugs. That nigga quit that job right on camera. That was a real brother. I was just saying, they ain't gonna have no more of that shit where niggas just be quitting on the job and leaving them hanging high. Cause niggas be like, fuck that. All that threatening niggas like, you gotta tell us when you gonna quit. Nah, niggas quit when they feel like it.
Yeah, they want to try to do you like they did Orion.
Yeah.
Are you on the air?
Fuck all that. Brothers, back in the days, brothers would quit on the air. Like, I remember when they got Brian Gumble. Brian Gumble knew they was going to get him. He was talking shit that day. That whole morning, he was talking shit. Brian Gumble didn't go out like no sucker. That nigga was calling them niggas out and talking all kinds of shit about them. Calling them all kinds of races and everything.
Yep, he did. He exposed how racist.
Yeah, that's why you ain't seen him come back like they let other niggas for little special events. Like they've had that other nigga who I guess he was graping bitches or whatever. The Matt.
Matt, what's his damn name?
But I'm trying to remember. He got that big ass nose. But that nigga, they kind of let him sneak back in for some special event shit. But they ain't never let Brian Gumble come back.
No, they didn't. Where is he at now? I wonder, Brian Gumble.
Last I saw, I think he got like a little YouTube shit he been producing.
Okay. So he went the way of Don Lemonade.
Yeah, no, he's just producing like a little sports. I forgot. It's one of the ones that's famous. Like everybody be watching.
Matt Lauer. Yep. Thank you.
Navi. Yeah, Matt Lauer. That nigga. They let that nigga sneak back around. I just seen that nigga recently.
Yeah, all these.
Remember, Santa Guthrie. People forget before all this bullshit with her mama. Her biggest thing on there was that bitch was on live doing cocaine. That bitch had cocaine on her nose. People forget. Remember, she went on a hiatus, and then they brought her back after like 5 years.
Yep, they sure did.
That bitch had cocaine on her nose.
Yes, she did.
I remember that shit. That bitch was snorting. You could hear her. You couldn't see her in the screen, and then she got up. Her nose had the shit on it, and they had to let that bitch go for a minute. But then they brought her back.
Right, yeah, Lauer is a certified weirdo. Navi. What was that other one? There was another one that had caught up with that same shit during that Me Too shit.
Look, Katie Couric ass, you know, she let her husband die, but she had to worry about herself. You like, fuck that nigga. All these people were trash.
Right.
Like, that led these.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, like, ABC had to put goddamn Diane Sawyer out to retirement because she was so damn freaking out about Trump and girls. She started doing that old white woman shit. Like, go put that bitch in a room somewhere. And then they brought out old ugly Martha Raddatz. They was like, this bitch can handle it because this bitch face just looked like she's seen some shit horrible. You just looking at that bitch face. Oh, you just see terror when they got that bitch face on. You like, this? They got the ghoul bitch. This bitch look like the Crypt Keeper.
Right. Then they give Megyn Kelly the boot too.
Megyn Kelly, well, she had a fight on NBC and they kicked her out, and then they brought her over to she had went to Fox, and then she's on ABC now.
Oh, okay.
Organization, these licensees to restore Jimmy Kimmel's late night show because President Trump doesn't like him. So this is a new approach here. Don't bend the knee.
This is a new approach. And listen,
that bitch was 1,000 years old.
ABC yanked Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Free Press immediately launched into action. We set up a tool, and thousands of people called their local.
That bitch lived through The Hobbit.
Remember Les Moonves? They got his ass too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he got taken out. Yeah. Oh, dumb nigga.
ABC stations and demanded that he be reinstated. Of course, there was a tremendous uproar from the public above and beyond. People canceled their Disney Plus subscriptions, and so. The actions we take as regular people make a difference.
If Jimmy Kimmel,
mass protest, we can make a difference. And I think in a lot of ways that was encouraging to ABC because they saw there was going to be business impacts if they didn't stand up for free speech.
And they're admitting in this lawsuit that, for example, in The View and also in Jimmy Kimmel's show, they are changing the way they choose guests because of administration pressure.
Yes.
She basically took.
They are not the only ones. We hosted 2 events with FCC Commissioner Ana Gomez over the past year. She is the lone Democrat left on the FCC. And we had folks come in, journalists here in Los Angeles, as well as in Camden, New Jersey. And the ripple effects across the industry are widely felt. We are hearing from local radio stations that they're nervous about airing things online that are critical of the administration. We've heard from so many independent journalists the type of retaliation they are facing. And so it's not often that Free Press is standing up for ABC Disney. They're a corporate outlet that in many ways is flawed. But if we can't stand up for Jimmy Kimmel and ABC, we're recognizing like those are wealthy
You just
outlets,
said they
Jimmy
flawed,
Kimmel is
bitch.
a famous
You just
white
said
man.
they flawed.
Like,
Yeah.
the impacts on folks who aren't rich and famous and privileged are really rippling downwards.
And of course-
so this is bigger than just Kimmel. This is bigger than just Disney.
And Jessica González, your free press is not to be confused with Barry Weiss's free press. Barry Weiss became head of CBS News and has
Barry Weiss is
gutted,
the dumb little bitch over on
eviscerated
CBS.
60 Minutes.
Stupid little bitch.
And I want to stay on the
She's a
issue
damn
of
white
that
supremacist.
Paramount-owned entity. In other major news, Paramount Skydance is asking a U.S. judge to require the states challenging its acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery to post a nearly $2 billion bond to cover the costs of delaying the deal. Paramount Skydance is run
Just
by
look
David
how much
Ellison, whose
money
father,
they
Larry
got.
Ellison, is the billionaire founder of Oracle. They are prominent allies of President Trump. Under the proposed deal, CNN and CBS News, streaming services HBO Max and Paramount Plus, as well as film and television studios Universal and Paramount, would all be combined under a single entity controlled by Ellison. In California, he's threatening the attorney general.
All that conglomerate.
Huh?
That'd be a whole conglomerate, media conglomerate owned by a billionaire, a white supremacist billionaire at that.
Yeah, Barry Weiss. Yeah, that bitch is a white supremacist bitch.
No, what's his name? The one she just mentioned, Keefe D or something. What the hell is his name? Michael's in the building.
Hey, Jesse. Hey, Breeze.
What's up, Michael?
What's up?
We going over the Trump's authoritative takeover of the media. How ABC is suing now in the Meta trial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, to be honest, Donald Trump sounds more like he's a communist than what he really says.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, he's in the dictator type shit. That's what he's more like, a dictatorial type person, because he wants everybody to praise him and fucking do what he wants them to do.
Yeah.
Like, it's an unwritten world. That's how dictators do it. They don't really, they put their boys and shit in charge. And them niggas got to be speaking to them like, hey, motherfucker, ain't I the president? Didn't I give you a job, motherfucker?
Right.
What did I put you in there for?
Are
you kidding me? I told you. When someone like Jimmy Kimmel, very bad joker, not very funny at all. He should be put away, locked away. I want his head. I've already told you that, Carl.
No, I mean, when I say Donald Trump's a communist, I mean that's what communists do. Communists are dictators.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean by that.
Yeah, well, communists have a fake head, but then there's the party rule. You know what I mean? Because in a communist shit, you know, a dictator, it's like, if his boys decide to trip on him, he could end up not being able to take the nigga down. Like Saddam Hussein had that problem. He had motherfuckers in the South that was his people, but when it came down to it, two of them motherfuckers traded to the United States on his ass. Like, get his ass. That's how it is in a communism, nigga. It's nigga, ain't no movement for that. We gonna kill. We gotta kill 35. They just hung 35 niggas last week in China.
Yep.
And the dude who was the head of Unitree, he just got sentenced to life in prison. I think he was sentenced in some other country. He got caught.
Damn.
Hong Yan Kam or some shit like that. He just got sentenced. He was the founder of Unitree. And China, Unitree is the biggest robot manufacturer right now.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Jesse, what happened to Ted's Wilson? I haven't seen Ted's on African Diaspora News channel.
Oh, you talking about? He's talking
Thiel.
Thiel.
Yeah, what happened to him? Did he get fired from Philip Scott?
He did. I seen him. He did a video like 2 weeks ago, but I haven't seen nothing more recent than that.
Yeah, because I know it's Philip Scott. He fires a lot of people. I remember he had Richard Sudan.
Yeah.
He had Alexis. Well, Richard Sudan is back.
Yeah, he got Richard Sudan back. He working with
Surprise.
him.
That was only because of Vicky Dillard brought him back in the fold.
Yep.
Yeah, and then there was another one, Health of Ministry. He was on Philip Scott's Africa's News channel briefly.
I'm gonna go live tomorrow.
The minister.
Yeah, you know what happened? So I found out that the health ministry dude got fired from Philip Scott because he was promoting his products online and was trying to make a profit.
Yeah, he was doing that. Yeah, and Phil Scott felt some way about that, but it's okay for him to sell them tours and shit.
Right.
Let me ask you something, Michael. Have you noticed or felt the effects of ice in your neck of the woods? Because I have in mine.
No, I have not. To be honest, I can't
Yeah.
comment on that. I have not seen ice, but I'll say this: I've seen ice in several parts of Fairfax County, like Springfield, Centerville, and I think Alexandria. But other than that, in my area, Oakland, I have not yet.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've seen them in yeah, they've been in Leesburg. I'm telling you, our Home Depot been quiet as a bitch. And I'm telling you, every Latino can speak English. I ain't never had it like this where all the Latinos in there can speak English. It's been just a few who could barely speak a little bit, but you know, they must have their papers right because he was able to work.
Right.
But I'm telling you, this is the quietest Home Depot has been. And some fucking weird reason we've been able to make our motherfucking goals too. I think a lot of it's been that flooring. A lot of them white people been coming in getting flooring and shit.
Yeah, he used to do a lot of ranting. I do remember that. Nabi said he did a lot of complaining to Minister of Wellness. It was still on to work with him too.
Yeah,
but it's quiet out here. Yeah, it's quiet out here. It is all quiet on the Western Front. The goddamn tethers is, I didn't see barely any tethers. I saw a nigga with some peppercorn today though. Major peppercorn.
All right, let me finish up this clip, y'all.
Okay.
General there, Ron Bonta, who's leading this lawsuit against this merger. Talk about this stage of the lawsuit and the threats of the Ellisons.
I thought Rob Bonta had a great line to this yesterday, which is that the Ellisons went into this deal knowing that what they were bargaining for. These companies are sophisticated entities. They agreed to a ticking fee. Paramount agreed to pay Warner Brothers $7 million a day after a certain date if the deal hadn't closed yet. They understood that this was a complex regulatory landscape, that there are federal regulators, state regulators, and in fact, regulators abroad that have an interest in this massive, massive combination of media outlets. And they made the deal anyways. Look, California and our taxpayers here, we don't owe Paramount anything. They're pulling out all the stops, trying to threaten our state with leaving. But the truth of the matter is they knew what this deal was about. They knew what they were giving up. They were so desperate to get a hold of Warner Brothers. Because remember, at the time when they made this deal, they were in a bidding war with Netflix. They went into this with eyes wide open, and they made a deal. If they don't like it, they can leave the deal. They can pay the breakup fee. But the truth is, they are trying to threaten. They just started a new fake grassroots campaign a couple days ago where they're trying to buy constituency. But hundreds of thousands of people have come out to say, block the merger, no concessions, including 5,600 creatives who have thrown down with activists and consumers to say, this is bad. This is going to result in massive job loss, given what the Ellisons have already done to Paramount and to CBS News. We have every reason to believe that they're going to use their perch to censor and to interfere with the editorial independence of CNN as well.
Yeah,
and the truth is that people don't want this merger, and David Ellison and his daddy can't buy their way out of this.
I just saw Jane Fonda this weekend in Los Angeles, and of course she revived her father's committee to protect the First Amendment, and she is one of those leading the charge against this merger. But in this last minute we have, Jessica, I wanted to ask you about the FCC rewriting TV station ownership rules to allow for even more corporate consolidation. Can you just simply summarize this?
You don't want to go to no
It's
Africa?
remarkable. The FCC is trying to repeal a statute, which it does not have authority to do. It voted that out a couple weeks ago. We're waiting for that order to drop in the Federal Register. And once it does, we'll be suing the FCC with our partners because the FCC does not have authority to overrule a statute. In sum, what they want to do is make it easier for people like Larry Ellison and David Ellison and other oligarchs who are aligned with Trump to gobble up more media. This is the authoritarian takeover attempt of our media system, and we're not going to let it happen.
Jessica González, co-CEO of the media advocacy group
Free
Press.
Y'all
they
just
had the
don't
name
wanna let
first.
the
She's also a
main
member
white
of the
teach
Big
supremacists
Tech
because
Oversight Board.
Y'all all been
Thanks
doing
for
the same
watching
thing.
Democracy Now!
Right. Y'all all been doing that.
Oh, by the way, Jesse, that girl, González, she's beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe she can be
All
my
right, what are your
girlfriend.
thoughts? Maybe.
What girl you looking at, Matthew? Matthew looking at some poontang.
Oh no, the González, the one who was speaking. I thought she looked very beautiful.
Or the woman that was talking just now?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, looks like a little older, huh?
Yeah, she older.
Yeah, my name is I like older women.
Wait, why can't we hear Jesse?
Jesse, you there?
Uh-oh. Y'all can't hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, we thought that you froze by accident.
Wait.
Oh no, stop sharing the
I might
screen.
have froze. Hold on. Let me go back out. Come back in.
Okay. All right, Michael, what are your thoughts on the advancement of AI and these tech giants buying up everything and Trump forcing his authoritative regime on the media?
Media, to be honest, Donald Trump is doing too much, and he's definitely a communist. That's what communists do. They suppress people's, free speech, like in China. Despite China is making progress on socioeconomic issues, but still, and also AI, there are.
Can you hear me now, Jesse?
Yes,
yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, AI and tech companies
Restream
taking
doing that
over
bullshit.
is too extreme.
Okay, StreamYard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
StreamYard. Oh, it's fucking StreamYard.
Yeah,
They all
eventually-
assholes.
Yeah, hit the
Now I
screen.
lost Michael. Can you hear me, Jesse?
Yeah, I can hear you, Breeze. Yeah, can you hear me as well?
Michael.
Yeah.
Can you hear Michael?
Can you hear me, Breeze?
God damn it.
Damn it, StreamYard. Go out and come back in, Breeze. Finish your thought, Michael.
Yeah, that the AI tech companies taking over. Yeah, it's going to lead to further gentrification, and it's going to really hurt Americans' pockets, right? And this is why I think Bernie Sanders a couple months ago introduced a sovereign wealth fund for Americans to take advantage of AI or to get like dividends from AI or taking ownership of it, right? So they get a check.
Straight Terminator, straight iRobot, straight Matrix,
Mm-hmm.
Borg.
And the AI is going to AI for sure is definitely going to violate civilians' rights, especially when the AI takes over the police force.
RoboCop, all of that shit.
And no litigation under AI cops. For violations of civil rights.
Yeah, they're gonna have full qualified immunity.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, shit. Look, I already told y'all. All white people did was come and bring all the horrors that you thought wasn't real.
Mm-hmm.
They made them all fucking real.
Mm-hmm.
These billionaire tech giants that they're not even Americans. They damn foreigners.
Yeah, from India.
Yep. Hell, if we live in the dystopian world, we gonna make the whole damn world dystopian. That's their plan.
Yeah.
That's their plans, nigga. They gonna bring India to everywhere. You're gonna be like, God damn.
Right.
It's gonna everywhere gonna be looking like Nigeria and Ghana.
Nigeria. This is how people say Nigeria. Nigeria. Nigeria.
It's named after a white woman.
Wait, Nigeria named after a white woman. I didn't know that.
Yeah. A white woman named it Nigeria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the Nigerians always talking shit. Nigga, you niggas wasn't even in what was that fucking movie and shit? The Expanse. There was no FBAs in The Expanse. Everybody was a damn tether.
Yeah.
Like, God damn, only tethers in space?
Yeah.
Because regular black people, we probably stayed on Earth. Like, I ain't flying up there with no white people in no damn ship.
Right.
What the fuck is you talking about, nigga?
Hey, Breeze, did you ever encounter an Indian Karen at work before?
Yeah, they the worst. We get them all the time.
Like, did you like cuss them out, Breeze? By cussing out
I
Indians?
just ignore them. You got to look over their head. That's what make them mad.
You know, like some of your brothers and sisters will cuss out the Indian Karens.
Because they think you an untouchable. No, bitch, you're an untouchable, bitch.
Right. I'm not a dollop, goddamn it.
Yeah, this is not India, bitch.
Right.
Hold on, you're gonna have to wait.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever thought about like, like boxing an Indian Karen?
Nah, I ain't got to whoop on them. They worthless. They ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah, but but you do understand that, Breeze, some of your brothers and sisters are waking up the Indian Karens by boxing them out, giving them a knockout punch.
Yeah, sometimes they will get people whoop them more, but they don't never get. I start laughing at them. I start mimicking them and doing their voice back to them. They run away. They don't even want to be around.
Yeah.
Fuck you and your mother. Fuck us 16 times. You fight 30 times that bastard bitch. I start messing up the cuss words like them. Them niggas start getting mad. Yeah. Fuck you. Fuck you too. Fuck you so much. You the dead bitch. You gotta talk like them niggas. Them niggas will be gone once you start doing that. They be like, he's crazy. That nigga.
Oh man, I gotta tell you, I dealt with an Indian Karen before at work.
I got a psychologist that's a damn Indian.
Indian.
He was surprised I knew about the caste system and all of that shit.
Really, he was surprised.
And now he know he can't pull that bullshit on you.
Right.
So in other words, he's being kept in check every time you see him, Jesse.
Yep.
You say you don't want to see a FBA psychic, Jesse?
That'd be nice, but unfortunately, the program I'm in, all they got is Nabiscos and OTBs.
What I meant to say is like travel all the way to Houston, Texas to see an FBA psychic.
That's doing too much. I wish I could find one in my own city.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Because then there's some people. I know somebody too out there.
Well, we do know some black psychologists out here, but they don't take Medicaid.
Medicaid.
You gotta have private insurance. You gotta have.
Yeah, you gotta have private insurance.
Yeah, you said, Jesse, you don't want to go on the Obamacare exchange for private health insurance. Yeah, you might pay a little bit more.
Fuck Obamacare.
Yeah.
What I mean is, like, if you want to see a black psychic, like what Philip Scott said. Philip Scott said he's willing to pay. I'll pay more to see a black provider.
Philip Scott got it like that. I don't.
Don't. Okay, I mean, it's just something to think about. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice, but they don't take Medicaid.
Medicaid? Have you ever tried to force them like out of your lungs?
I mean, they give you like little sessions. They give you like
yeah, they ain't gonna give you no real shit.
20 free sessions. That's about it. Lady Che already went through it.
Mm-hmm. Right. You know me, I'm just trying to be solution, oriented as a way for you to avoid dealing with the Indian.
Trust me, Michael, black people don't know. We know. We don't know all the solution. If there's a solution, we would have found that shit.
Right.
We the most, when we go through the most shit. So we have to do the most talking, the most explaining shit, the most sending paperwork to these niggas.
Yep.
It's just, they don't with us, it's like you gotta reveal your whole damn skeleton to them before they willing to give you anything.
Right. Yeah, because you know me. I'm just trying to save you guys a lot of trouble dealing with the racism from the Indian Karens, Asian Karens, white Karens, Hispanic
Yeah,
Karens.
that's just the thing. You just have to deal with it. We deal with them all the time. Ain't nothing. Like I told you, if an Indian start acting crazy on you, you start cussing back at them like an Indian. That's all.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, maybe Jesse.
However the foreign person is acting to you, you act just like they foreign ass, and then they will become revolted because they gonna recognize that you doing them, and then they just gonna run off. They gonna be like, "Shit, I did not know I look like that."
They're real
in
poor.
Africa, you know, come here, brother. And all that, like, no, nigga, you stay over there.
You know that African accent? I noticed the African and Indian accents. They're very similar. Have you guys noticed?
I don't think so very much, but if you think so very, hey, you can say what you want to say. But not so very much. I don't think so.
Sound just like a boo.
Yeah.
I watch them niggas too. Them niggas, they always be trying to make you get something for them. Like, nigga, I ain't your, don't, here, get. What do you mean here, get?
No, get me.
Yeah, I stopped them. I'm like, what do you mean? Don't get it how you talk to people.
Me no dollop.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you better get sorry, bitch. I'm not African.
Right. They try to talk to you like they do the Africans in their homeland.
Yeah, that's how they do the Africans. Here, get. No, bitch. We better have some respect.
Right.
Well, Breeze, I'm very impressed that you and Philip Scott handle things very differently. I notice.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them know. You chill. You gonna get what? Yeah, you better learn how to say hello and nice to meet you. Can you help me look for this?
Right.
Bitch, because this is not how you talk over here. Get. I ain't getting shit.
Right.
I'm not a dog.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know you should always do, Breeze, from my experience, always yell at them like a volcano, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you let them go. That's it. They gonna
Yeah.
But all right, y'all, I'm about to wrap this up. Appreciate y'all coming through. Appreciate y'all tapping in.
For a minute.
Yeah. Oh, Breeze, I like your New York accent. It's very cool.
Oh, thank you, good brother.
Hempstead. I looked at Hempstead. 800,000 people. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yep. It's the village of Hempstead. It's not a big place.
Village. Right. Because I noticed that New York accent sounds very similar to Bostonian accent. Would you say so, or not really?
Not really. I got a Long Island accent.
Long Island? Because when I hear Bostonians say park the car, they say pack the car.
Nah,
and I would joke with them. Do you mean like you want to
say
smoke
park
pot?
the car?
Wait, say it again.
I say park the car.
Park the car.
Yeah, park the car. If you're gonna park the car, park it right there.
Right.
That's it.
Thank you, Robbie.
Huh?
Nobby said, great show. I'm about to wrap this up. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, great show.
If I come on later, I might just come on to talk shit. I ain't really gonna do no show till like tomorrow, but I might not even. I got some editing and some videos I'm gonna be posting. So
yeah, you did, Nobby. Thank you for staying the whole time through all the technical difficulties. Okay, StreamYard been acting dumb all day.
Oh, you know that shit, boy.
Yeah.
That's what they do. Nigga, it's cause you done made 1,000, nigga. You see, you didn't think it was gonna come.
Yeah.
Oh right. Yeah, nigga, get prepared for your shit to be fucking up. Oh, they got a Haitian for you now and an African that's sitting back there like this nigga. Oh no, this nigga. Nigga, I'm waiting right there. I'm going to push the button right now. This nigga is making too much sense. Why are you gonna let this nigga talk to you this long? Oh, shit,
right.
But pull him. The Haitian be like, Supper say, nigga, wait, one more minute. We will get this nigga really good right here.
Hey, Jesse, always film your Indian psychic.
I always film him. I mean,
Yes.
he's cool.
I'm saying film him in case or record, you know what I mean, as evidence. I'm just saying, like, because I know with Indians and Asians, right?
He just prescribes the medication. He not the like actual.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, like, be careful about how people smile, especially coming from Asians and Indians. Their smiles
Yeah.
are more like deceptions. I'm just saying.
It's like the Nabisco.
Yes. Very similar to Nabiscos when they smile. Just be careful. I'm just saying this because I'm looking out for your interests.
Right. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you. All right, so we thank y'all for tapping in. I'm gonna end this now. So thank y'all for tapping into this
Do
improv.
your thing. Appreciate you.
Yes, thank you, Breeze. Catch you on the flip.
Yeah, thank you, Breeze. Yeah, sorry to join late today because it just came from seeing a client this late afternoon.
Yeah, I was at work and then I got home. I saw you was on. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I was at fucking work, finishing up goddamn inventory, and thank God, I hope it's over. I should be today. Like, goddamn, I am sick of it. And then having to count behind these niggas. Oh my God.
Yeah, so you do mostly like cashier work, right, Breeze?
No.
No.
Hell no. Nigga. I sell grills and shit. I sell fucking Ryobi, Milwaukee, DeWalt. I fucking got an inventory shit. I gotta inspect shit. I got too much shit. I do too much shit, huh?
Well, at least you get paid. At least you get paid a lot of money.
I gotta drive the forklift. I gotta drive the electric ladder. God damn it!
Oh man, that's a lot of responsibilities.
Yeah.
So it's annoying.
Yeah.
Every time you trying to get your work done, somebody calling you. Can you come down here and pull something for a customer? Motherfucker.
Right.
I gotta get somebody now. I gotta get somebody to flag me. I gotta take somebody away from their work. Now we gotta try to get through this goddamn racetrack with all these fucking customers just keep popping out of every goddamn corner like whack-a-fucking mole. You try not to hit these niggas because they don't act like they see the goddamn forklift coming down the damn thing.
Right.
Right. And then the worst part is dealing with the Karen customers.
Oh my God.
It's annoying. Niggas waiting. I'm waiting for a door. All right, nigga, you gotta hold up. We going to get the door now, nigga. How the fuck you think the door get over here?
Right.
Ain't nobody carrying no fucking door.
Right.
Nigga, we gotta get it down, nigga. That's why they had to call me. Then I had to find a machine, nigga. Then I gotta make sure I got a nigga that can flag. Then we gotta find gates, nigga. We gotta block it off because some of y'all keep walking in the area while we trying to block it off. Like, oh, are you closing this? Bitch, don't you see it? Like, what the hell? Big orange gates that say stop, bitch.
Right.
Y'all walking in like, oh, are you closing this down? Yes, bitch.
Yes.
Hurry up. The longer y'all take, God fucking damn it, we can't rush them out the aisle. They just standing there looking at the paint. They know we looking at them and shit. We standing there just looking at them. Like, come on, man. If we could burn more fucking holes into you, we fucking would. But god damn, move, bitch.
Right.
I got a nigga back here waiting for 40 bags of mulch.
Right.
You get but Breeze, you get paid a lot per hour. Like what? Like at least 30 an hour.
We get money.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all coming through.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right, you guys have a good one too. And Breeze,
Catch
always
you
be
on the-
careful about the Asian Karens at Home Depot, especially the Asian
You
customers.
always know. We always know. Yeah.
Yep.
I let Mr. Chi and them do their thing. I'm gonna catch y'all on the flip side. I'm out.
Okay, Breeze.
right.
So this is going to conclude this impromptu Grand Rising of Shabaka and the Chase in conjunction with the Frontline Black News. Join us tomorrow for a brand new episode of the Frontline Black News. In the meantime, make sure y'all like to subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and delineations of Black empowerment. Appreciate everybody that came through. Shout out to Goddess Nobby for coming through. Shout out to Maxwell. Shout out to Michael. Shout out to Breeze. Shout out to who else was in here? I think that was it. That tapped in on the chat. And anybody else peeking and not speaking. Oh, Fresh Always. Shout out to Fresh Always for coming through. So we'll see y'all tomorrow. Frontline Black News. Peace.
Peace.